Welcome to this course. If English tenses have ever made you feel confused, slow, or unsure of yourself, you are in the right place. In this journey, we are not memorizing rules or chasing perfection. We are learning how English actually works in real life, step by step, with calm, clarity, and confidence. By the end of this course, present tense will stop feeling like grammar and start feeling like something you own. Take a breath, relax your mind, and let's begin together. Chapter 1: Time and Tense. Before we talk about rules, formulas, or grammar names, let us slow down and talk about you and your real life. Right now, as you are listening or reading this, something is happening. Maybe you are sitting, maybe you are holding your phone, maybe you are drinking tea. At the same time, there are things you do every day like waking up, brushing your teeth, or going to work. And there are also things you have already done in your life like finishing school, learning some English, or watching many videos to improve yourself. All of these moments are connected to time, and English has a special way of talking about time. That special way is called tense. If you understand this idea clearly in your mind, everything that comes next will feel lighter and easier. Many learners think tense is only a grammar rule, but tense is not a rule first. Tense is a way of seeing time through language. In real life, time flows naturally. The clock moves forward. Morning becomes afternoon, today becomes tomorrow. But language does not follow the clock directly. Language organizes time into meaningful pieces. English asks a different question. It asks, how do you see this action? Is it a habit? Is it happening now? Is it finished? Or is it still continuing? This is why tense is better understood as a lens, not a formula. A lens helps you look at the same situation in different ways. Let us start with a very simple real-life thought. Ask yourself 3 questions. What are you doing right now? What do you usually do every day? And what have you done today already? Notice something important. All 3 questions are about the present, but they are not the same kind of present. What are you doing right now talks about an action happening at this moment. What do you usually do talks about a habit, something that repeats. What have you done talks about an experience or result that connects the past to now. English does not use one tense for all of these ideas, because the meaning is different, even though the time feels close. This is where many learners feel confused. They hear the word present and think it only means now. But in English, present tense is bigger than just now. The present in English includes habits, facts, experiences, and actions that started before and are still continuing. English uses 4 present tenses not to make your life difficult, but to make your meaning clear. Each tense answers a different question about the same moment in time. Think of time like a long road, and you are standing on it right now. You can look at the road in front of you, the road behind you, or the part where you are standing. English allows you to talk about all of this while still staying in the present. That is why we have the present simple, the present continuous, the present perfect, and the present perfect continuous. They are not 4 random forms, they are 4 ways to understand the present more deeply. Let us look at a very simple example that you will see many times in this course. I eat breakfast every day. This sentence is not talking about this exact moment. You may not be eating right now. This sentence talks about a habit, something that is true again and again. This is present simple. Now look at this sentence. I am eating breakfast now. This sentence is different. It shows an action happening at this moment. You can imagine the plate and the spoon. This is present continuous. Both sentences talk about the present, but they show 2 very different pictures. Now let us move a little deeper. I have eaten breakfast. This sentence does not tell us when exactly. It tells us that the action is finished and that it matters now. Maybe you are no longer hungry. Maybe you are ready to work. The focus is not the time, but the result. This is present perfect. And now look at this sentence. I have been eating breakfast. This one focuses on the activity itself. Maybe you started earlier and you are still eating, or maybe you just stopped and you feel full and relaxed. The focus is on the process, not just the result. This is present perfect continuous. If you look carefully, you will see that all four sentences are connected to the present moment, but each one answers a different question. This is why English needs four present tenses, not because English wants to confuse you, but because English wants to be precise and expressive. Once you stop fighting this idea and start accepting it, grammar becomes much calmer. Many beginners feel afraid at this point. They think, four present tenses are too much, I cannot do this. But here is something very important to remember. You already understand these ideas in your own language. You already know the difference between something you do every day, something you are doing now, something you have done, and something you have been doing for some time. The only challenge is learning how English shows these ideas with verbs. That is a skill, not a talent. And skills grow with practice. Another reason learners feel confused is because they try to memorize rules before understanding meaning. They ask, which tense should I use? Before asking, what do I want to say? In this course, we will always start with meaning. We will ask simple human questions. Is this a habit or a temporary action? Is this finished or still continuing? Is the result important or the activity itself? When you answer these questions, the tense choice becomes natural. It is also important to understand that tense is not about being perfect. Native speakers do not think about grammar rules when they speak. They feel the meaning first. That is what we will train you to do. Step by step, you will learn to feel the difference between tenses. You will start hearing the difference in sentences. And slowly, without pressure, your brain will choose the correct tense automatically. So in this first chapter, do not try to remember forms or structures. Just remember this one powerful idea. Present tense is not only about now, it is about how actions connect to now. English uses four present tenses to show habit, action in progress, experience, and ongoing effort. When you understand this foundation, everything else in this course will make sense. By the end of this chapter, your goal is simple. You should understand why English has four present tenses, not how to build them yet. The how will come very soon, and it will feel much easier because your mind is ready. You are not learning random grammar. You are learning a system that helps you tell your story clearly, and that is exactly what good English is for. Chapter 2: Verb Basics. Before learners struggle with tense, before they worry about rules, and before grammar feels heavy, there is one thing that must become friendly and familiar. That thing is the verb. Many English learners hear the word verb and immediately feel nervous, as if it belongs only to classrooms, exams, or difficult grammar books. But the truth is much simpler and much kinder. Verbs are not enemies. Verbs are the heart of language. Without verbs, nothing moves, nothing happens, and nothing feels alive. Once you see verbs this way, English starts to feel human again. Let us begin very simply. A verb tells us about action, state, or situation. When you walk, eat, sleep, talk, or study, you are doing actions, and those actions are verbs. When you feel happy, tired, or confused, those feelings also connect to verbs. Even when nothing seems to be happening, language still uses verbs to describe a situation. So verbs are not only about movement. Verbs describe life as it is happening, and that is why they matter so much in tense. Think about your day. You wake up. You drink tea. You check your phone. You work or study. You rest. Every part of this day is full of verbs. This is why verbs appear in almost every English sentence, and this is also why tense lives inside verbs. When time changes, verbs change with it. Not because English wants to confuse you, but because English wants to show meaning clearly. Now let us talk about an idea that makes verbs much easier to understand. Think of each verb as a family, not a single word. Many learners believe a verb has only one form, but that is not true. A verb has different forms, just like a person can have different roles in life. The verb eat is a great example. We have eat, eats, eating, and eaten. These are not four different verbs. They are one verb family. They belong together. They simply show different meanings connected to time and tense. When learners see verbs this way, fear slowly disappears. You stop thinking, oh no, a new rule, and start thinking, this is the same verb just wearing a different form. This mindset is very important, especially for beginners. You are not learning thousands of verbs again and again. You are learning how verbs change their clothes depending on the situation. Now we need to talk about two important types of verbs. The first type is main verbs. These are verbs that carry the main meaning of the sentence. Words like eat, work, live, study, play, and learn are main verbs. They tell us what is happening. The second type is helping verbs. Helping verbs do not carry the main meaning, but they support the main verb. They help us show time, questions, negatives, and emphasis. Without helping verbs, English sentences would fall apart. Among all helping verbs, there are three very special ones. These are be, do, and have. You can think of them as power verbs because they appear everywhere in English. They are small, but they are extremely strong. They help build almost all tenses, especially the present tense, which we are focusing on in this course. The verb be is used to show state and condition. It appears as am, is, and are in the present. When you say, I am tired, or she is happy, or they are ready, you are using the verb be to describe how someone or something exists in that moment. This verb is also very important for continuous tenses like I am learning English. Without be, these tenses cannot exist. The verb do is another powerful helper. It is used to make questions, negatives, and emphasis in present simple tense. Many learners feel confused by do and does, but once you understand their job, they become easy. When you say, do you like tea? Or I do not understand, the verb do is helping the main verb like or understand. It is not the action itself, it is the support system of the sentence. The verb have is also extremely important. It helps us talk about experience, results, and connection between past and present. When you say, I have learned English, the verb have helps show that learning is connected to now. It is not only about possession, it is about relationship with time. This idea will become very clear when we study present perfect later in the course. Another important idea for beginners is the base form of the verb. The base form is the simplest form of the verb, like eat, go, work, or study. This form is the foundation. Most other forms grow from it. When you understand the base form, you feel more stable and confident. English often returns to the base form, especially after helping verbs. That is why knowing the base form is so important. Now let us gently look at how one verb changes across present tenses, without stress or pressure. Take the verb eat again. When we talk about habits, we say, I eat breakfast every day. When we talk about something happening now, we say, I am eating breakfast. When we talk about experience or result, we say, I have eaten breakfast. And when we talk about an action continuing for some time, we say, I have been eating breakfast. Notice something important. The verb is still eat. The meaning changes because of the form and the helping verbs, not because the verb itself is different. This is where many learners make mistakes, not because they are weak, but because they are scared. They try to memorize everything at once. In this course, we will not do that. We will take one step at a time. We will meet verbs again and again in different chapters, until they feel familiar like old friends. Confidence grows through repetition, not pressure. It is also important to remove fear around grammar terms. Words like main verb, helping verb, or base form are just labels. They are not the language itself. The language is how you use English to talk about your life. Grammar words are tools, not tests. You do not need to love these terms. You only need to understand what they help you do. By the end of this chapter, you should feel calmer about verbs. You should see verbs as the center of English sentences and the key to understanding tense. You should recognize that verbs change form to show meaning, not to confuse you. And most importantly, you should feel ready to move forward, knowing that tense is built on verbs, and verbs are something you can absolutely handle. This chapter prepares your mind for everything that comes next. When verbs stop being scary, tenses stop being scary. And when tenses stop being scary, English becomes something you can actually enjoy and use in real life. Chapter 3. Present Simple. The present simple tense is the most used tense in English, and it quietly supports almost every real conversation you will ever have. It may look small and easy on the surface, but it is powerful because it helps you talk about your life as it normally is. This tense is not about special moments or dramatic actions. It is about the rhythm of your days, the things that repeat, the truths that stay the same, and the facts that do not change. When learners truly understand the present simple, English stops feeling like a school subject and starts feeling like a language they can actually live in. Let us begin with something very familiar. Think about your morning. You wake up, you get out of bed, you wash your face, you eat breakfast, you check your phone. You may not do these things at the exact same minute every day, but you do them again and again. This is the heart of the present simple. It talks about habits and routines, things that are part of your normal life. When you say, I wake up at 6, you are not talking about today only. You are talking about something that is generally true for you. That is why English uses the present simple here. The present simple also helps you talk about work and daily responsibilities. When someone asks you, what do you do? They are not asking what you are doing right now, they are asking about your usual life. You answer with present simple because you are describing a regular situation. You say, I work in an office, or she works in a hospital, or they run a small business. These sentences describe what is normally true, not what is happening at this moment. This is an important difference, and many beginners mix it up at first. That is okay. Understanding comes with time and exposure. One reason this tense is called simple is not because it is childish or weak, but because its structure is direct and clear. There is no extra helping verb in positive sentences. You simply use the subject and the verb. This simplicity matches its meaning. The present simple describes stable things, things that do not need extra explanation. Your habits, your job, where you live, and what you believe are all usually stable. That is why English keeps this tense simple and clean. Another major use of the present simple is to talk about facts and truths. These are things that are always true, not just today or this week. When you say, the sun rises in the east, you are stating a fact. When you say, water boils at 100 degrees, you are stating a scientific truth. These things do not change from day to day, so English uses the present simple to show their permanent nature. This is not about time passing, this is about reality staying the same. The present simple is also used to talk about where you live and who you are, especially when these things are stable. When you say, we live in Pakistan, you are describing a situation that is true in general. You are not saying you are living there for only a few days or weeks, you are saying this is your place. This tense helps listeners understand that the situation is not temporary, it feels grounded and settled. Now it is very important to talk about when not to use the present simple. This is where confidence grows, because knowing when not to use something is just as powerful as knowing when to use it. The present simple is not used for actions happening right now. If you are speaking at this moment and describing what is happening in front of your eyes, present simple is not the best choice. For example, if you are eating right now, you do not say, I eat breakfast. That sounds like a habit, not a current action. Instead, English uses a different tense for actions in progress, which you will learn soon. The present simple is also not used to talk about temporary situations. If something is true only for a short time, English prefers another tense. For example, if you normally live in one city but are staying in another city for a few weeks, saying, I live here can sound confusing. English has another way to show temporary situations, and that difference helps listeners understand your meaning more clearly. Many learners feel nervous because they think they must remember many rules at once, but the present simple becomes easy when you connect it to meaning instead of grammar. Ask yourself simple human questions. Is this something I do again and again? Is this generally true? Is this a fact or a permanent situation? If the answer is yes, the present simple is probably the right choice. This way of thinking is much more natural than memorizing lists. Another beautiful thing about the present simple is repetition. Because it is used so often, you will hear it everywhere. In conversations, in videos, in books, and in daily speech, this tense appears again and again. That repetition is not a problem, it is a gift. Every time you hear it, your brain becomes more familiar with it. Slowly, without force, your confidence grows. It is also important to remember that making mistakes with the present simple does not mean you are failing. It means you are learning. Even advanced learners sometimes mix tenses when they are tired or emotional. Language is a living thing, not a test paper. The goal is communication, not perfection. When you use the present simple to talk about your habits, your work, and your life, people will understand you, even if your sentence is not perfect yet. By the end of this chapter, you should feel clear and calm about the present simple. You should know that it is used for habits, routines, facts, and general truths. You should understand why it is called simple and why it is so common. And most importantly, you should feel confident knowing exactly when to use it and when to choose another tense instead. The present simple is your foundation. It is the tense that helps you introduce yourself, describe your life, and talk about the world around you. Once this tense feels comfortable, the rest of the present tenses will feel much easier because you are building on something strong and familiar. Chapter 4: Affirmative Form. Now that you understand what the present simple tense is used for, it is time to learn how to build correct positive sentences with confidence. This chapter is very important because it teaches you the basic sentence shape that English uses again and again. When learners feel weak in English, it is often not because they do not know vocabulary, but because they are not sure how to put words together correctly. In this chapter, we remove that fear step by step and show you that sentence building is not difficult when you understand the logic behind it. Let us begin with the simplest and strongest idea in English sentence building. Most positive sentences in the present simple follow one clear pattern: subject plus verb. That is it. This structure is the backbone of English. The subject tells us who does the action, and the verb tells us what action happens. When you say, I play, you already have a complete English sentence. It is short, clear, and meaningful. English does not always need long sentences to be correct or powerful. Very often, simple sentences are the best place to start. The subject in English is usually a person or a thing. In this tense, we commonly use subjects like I, you, we, they, he, she, and it. These small words are extremely important because the verb changes depending on which subject you use. This is where beginners sometimes feel confused, but once you see the pattern, it becomes very manageable. English divides subjects into two main groups in the present simple. The first group is I, you, we, and they. The second group is he, she, and it. This division is the key to understanding affirmative form. When the subject is I, you, we, or they, the verb stays in its base form. You say, I play, you work, we live here, or they study. English. There is no extra letter, no extra sound, and no extra rule here. The verb stays simple, just like the tense. This is why many learners feel comfortable speaking about themselves first. I work, I wake up early, I like coffee. These sentences feel natural and easy because the verb does not change. Now let us talk about the second group, which includes he, she, and it. This is where English adds a small change, and this small change causes a lot of fear for beginners. But the truth is, the idea behind it is very simple. When the subject is he, she, or it, the verb usually takes s or us at the end. That is all. This small ending helps English show that the subject is third person singular. When you say she plays or he works, English listeners immediately know you are talking about one person, not yourself and not a group. Many learners ask an important question at this point. Why does English add here? The answer is not about logic or intelligence. It is about sound and tradition in the language. English uses this small s to create balance and clarity. You do not need to love this rule. You only need to accept it and practice it until it feels normal. Think of it like driving on a certain side of the road. It is not about right or wrong. It is about following the system so communication works smoothly. Let us look at some clear examples. You say, I play football. But when you talk about someone else, you say, he plays football. You say, they live in this city. But you say, she lives in this city. You say, we teach English. But you say, he teaches English. Notice that the meaning does not change, only the form changes slightly to match the subject. This small change makes your English sound accurate and confident. Now we should also talk about common spelling changes, because some verbs do not take onlys, some verbs take e's instead. This usually happens when the verb ends in sounds like s, sh, ch, vex, or o. For example, you say, she watches TV, not she wats TV. You say, he goes to work, not he goes to work. These spelling changes help English sound smoother when spoken. Again, do not panic. These patterns will become familiar through repetition. Another small but important spelling change happens with verbs that end in y. If the verb ends in a consonant plus y, the y often changes to I is. For example, study becomes studies. You say, I study English, but she studies English. This change may look strange at first, but it follows a clear pattern, and you will see it many times as you practice. The more examples you hear and use, the less you will need to think about it. Pronunciation is also important here, especially for confidence in speaking. The s at the end of the verb does not always sound the same. Sometimes it sounds like a soft s, sometimes like a ziz, and sometimes like an extra az sound. For example, works sounds different from plays, and watches has an extra sound. You do not need to master this immediately. The most important thing is that you say the ending, even if the sound is not perfect. Clear effort is more important than perfect pronunciation at this stage. Real-life sentence patterns help everything feel more natural. Think about simple daily sentences. I wake up early. She wakes up early. We drink tea in the morning. He drinks tea in the morning. These sentences are not textbook sentences. They are real-life English. When you practice with sentences from your own life, your brain connects grammar with meaning, and learning becomes much faster. It is also very important to remind yourself that mistakes with S are normal. Almost every English learner forgets it sometimes. Even advanced learners make this mistake when speaking quickly. The goal is not to be perfect. The goal is to be aware. When you become aware of the pattern, you start correcting yourself naturally over time. By the end of this chapter, you should feel comfortable building positive sentences in the present simple tense. You should understand the basic subject plus verb structure. You should know the difference between I, you, we, they, and he, she, it, and you should understand why verbs sometimes take s or us. This knowledge gives you a strong base because affirmative sentences are the starting point for negatives, questions, and real conversation. When you can confidently say things like, I play, she plays, and he teaches English, you are no longer guessing. You are using English with intention, and that confidence will support you as we move forward to more sentence forms in the next chapters. Chapter 5. Negative Form. For many English learners, negative sentences feel more difficult than positive ones. The moment learners see do not or does not, their confidence drops and they start overthinking. But here is the truth, said clearly and calmly. Negative sentences in the present simple are actually very easy once you understand their logic. There is no mystery here. There is only one simple system, and this chapter will help you see it step by step, without fear and without pressure. Let us begin with a simple idea. A negative sentence is just a positive sentence with one extra helper. That helper is do or does plus not. That is all. English does not change everything when you make a sentence negative. It only adds support. When you understand this, negative sentences stop feeling heavy and start feeling logical. Think about a positive sentence you already know well. I like coffee. This sentence is simple and clear. Now imagine you want to say the opposite. You do not change the meaning of the verb like. You only add support to show negation. English does this by using do not, so the sentence becomes I do not like coffee. Notice something important. The main verb like stays exactly the same. It does not change. This detail is very important, and it is the key to avoiding many beginner mistakes. Now let us look at the structure slowly and clearly. In the present simple negative form, the structure is subject do not or does not base verb. This structure is the same for almost every sentence. The only thing that changes is whether you use do not or does not, and that choice depends on the subject, just like in affirmative sentences. When the subject is I, you, we, or they, we use do not. You say, I do not understand. You do not work here. We do not eat meat. Or, they do not live nearby. This pattern is steady and reliable. When the subject is he, she, or it, we use does not. You say, she does not work here, he does not like coffee, or it does not matter. Once you see this pattern a few times, your brain begins to recognize it automatically. At this point, many learners ask an important question. Why does the verb go back to its base form in negative sentences? For example, why do we say she does not work and not she does not works? This question is very common, and the answer is simple. The helping verb does already carries the tense and the agreement. It already shows present time and third person singular. Because of that, the main verb does not need to carry extra information. It relaxes and returns to its base form. You can think of it like teamwork. When one verb does the job, the other does not repeat it. This idea may feel strange at first, but it is actually very logical. In affirmative sentences, the main verb changes because it works alone. In negative sentences, the helping verb steps in and takes responsibility. Once you accept this idea, many grammar problems disappear. You stop guessing, and you start understanding. Now let us talk about short forms, because real English uses them all the time. In daily speech, native speakers almost always say don't instead of do not and doesn't instead of does not. These short forms are friendly and natural. When you say, I don't like coffee, you sound relaxed and conversational. When you say, she doesn't work here, you sound confident and fluent. Learning short forms early helps you understand movies, conversations, and real spoken English much more easily. It is also important to know that short forms are not wrong or informal in a bad way. They are normal English. In fact, using only full forms all the time can sound unnatural in conversation. Of course, in very formal writing, full forms are sometimes used, but for speaking and everyday English, short forms are your best friend. Now let us gently talk about common beginner mistakes, not to shame you, but to help you grow. One very common mistake is using no instead of not. Learners sometimes say, I know like coffee. This structure comes from direct translation, and it is very normal. English, however, does not use no in this way. English uses do not or does not to make verbs negative. Once you notice this pattern, your brain slowly stops making this mistake. Another common mistake is forgetting does and using do with he or she. For example, saying, she do not work here. This mistake happens because learners focus on not and forget the helper. The solution is not memorization, but awareness. When you hear yourself saying she, your brain should gently remind you, I need does here. This awareness grows naturally with practice. Some learners also try to add s to the main verb in negative sentences, saying things like, she does not works. This mistake shows effort, not failure. It means the learner remembers the S rule but applies it in the wrong place. The fix is simple. Remember this one sentence in your mind. In negative sentences, the main verb stays in the base form. Repeat this idea calmly, and it will settle. Now let us look at negative sentences in real life, because grammar only makes sense when it connects to life. Think about daily situations. I do not wake up early on Sundays. She does not watch TV at night. We do not eat junk food. These sentences help you express boundaries, preferences, and habits. Negatives are not something to fear. They are something to use to express who you are. Emotionally, negative sentences are actually empowering. They help you say what you do not like, what you do not do, and what is not true about you. This is important in real communication. When you feel confident using negatives, you feel more in control of your English. By the end of this chapter, you should feel calm and confident about negative sentences in the present simple. You should understand the role of do not and does not. You should know why the main verb returns to its base form. You should feel comfortable using don't and doesn't in everyday speech. And most importantly, you should no longer hesitate when you want to say something negative. Negative sentences are not harder than positive ones. They are just built differently. Once you see the structure clearly, they become easy, natural, and even empowering. And with this understanding, you are now ready to move forward to questions, where the same helping verbs will help you again. Chapter 6. Question Form. For many English learners, asking questions feels like the most stressful part of speaking. You may know the words, you may understand the sentence, but when it is time to ask a question, your mind freezes. You start thinking about grammar, word order, and rules all at once, and suddenly your voice becomes quiet. This chapter is here to change that feeling. Asking questions in English is not meant to be mechanical or scary. Questions are human, natural, and essential. We ask questions to connect, to understand, and to participate in real life. Once you understand the simple logic behind English questions, they begin to flow naturally. Let us start with something comforting. Questions in the present simple use the same helping verbs you already learned in negative sentences. That means you are not starting from zero. English uses do and does to form most present simple questions. These helping verbs move to the front of the sentence to show that a question is coming. This movement may feel strange at first, but it follows a clear and consistent pattern. Think about a simple positive sentence. You work here. This sentence gives information. Now imagine you want to ask for information instead. English does not add extra words or change everything. It simply moves the helper to the front. The sentence becomes, do you work here? The meaning changes from a statement to a question, but the words are almost the same. This is an important moment for learners to relax. English questions are not built from scratch. They are transformed from sentences you already know. The basic structure of present simple questions is very clear. It is do or does, it, subject base verb. That is the full structure. When the subject is I, you, we, or they, we use do. When the subject is he, she, or it, we use does. For example, do you live here? Do they understand? Does she work here? Does he speak English? This pattern repeats again and again in real English, and repetition is what builds confidence. One of the biggest fears learners have is word order. They worry they will mix things up. The best way to remove this fear is to remember one calm idea. In English questions, the helper comes first. Once you place do or does at the beginning, the rest of the sentence falls into place. The main verb stays in its base form, just like in negative sentences. Again, the helper carries the tense, so the main verb can relax. This brings us to another very common learner question. Why do we say, does she speak English, and not, does she speaks English? The answer is the same as before. The helper does already shows present tense and third person singular. The main verb does not need to carry the s. This is not a trick. It is simply how English shares responsibility between verbs. Once you truly understand this, you stop making the same mistake again and again. Now let us talk about yes or no questions, because these are the most common in daily conversation. Yes or no questions are questions that can be answered with yes or no. For example, do you work here? Does she speak English? Do they live nearby? These questions are everywhere in real life. At work, in shops, in travel, and in friendly conversations, these simple questions help you interact with the world. When you ask a yes or no question, your voice also matters. English questions usually have a rising tone at the end. This rise in tone signals that you are asking, not telling. You do not need to exaggerate it, but you should allow your voice to rise slightly. This makes your question sound natural and polite. Even if your grammar is not perfect yet, good tone helps people understand you. Now let us move to WH questions, which are questions that start with words like where, what, when, why, who, and how. These questions ask for information, not just yes or no. Many learners think WH questions are very difficult, but they actually follow a very familiar structure. The WH word comes first, and then the rest of the question follows the same do or does pattern. For example, where do you live? What do you do? When do they work? Why does she study English? Notice something important here. The structure after the WH word is the same as a yes or no question. This means you do not need to learn a new system. You are simply adding a question word at the beginning. Once you understand this, WH questions stop feeling heavy. It is also important to understand that not all questions use do or does, but at this stage, focusing on present simple questions with do and does is the right step. We are building confidence slowly. We are not rushing. Spoken English grows best when you master one layer at a time. Let us bring this into real-life conversation because questions are not grammar exercises. They are tools for connection. Imagine you are meeting someone new. You ask, "Where do you live? What do you do? Do you like this city?" These questions help conversations grow naturally. You are not thinking about grammar in these moments, you are thinking about the person in front of you. That is the goal of this chapter. Many learners hesitate to ask questions because they are afraid of making mistakes. But here is an important truth. Asking a slightly incorrect question is still better than staying silent. Communication is about courage, not perfection. Most people will understand you even if your question is not perfect. And every time you ask a question, your confidence grows. Another helpful idea is to practice questions as whole sentences, not as rules. Instead of memorizing do plus subject plus verb, practice full questions like, do you work here? Does she speak English? Where do you live? When your brain remembers complete sentences, speaking becomes faster and smoother. By the end of this chapter, you should feel much more comfortable asking questions in the present simple tense. You should understand how do and does work. You should feel clear about word order. You should be able to ask yes or no questions and WH questions without panic. Most importantly, you should feel ready to use questions in real conversations, not just in exercises. Questions are not tests, they are invitations. They invite conversation, understanding, and connection. When you ask questions confidently, you are no longer just learning English. You are using English, and that is exactly where real fluency begins. Chapter 7: Daily Habits. One of the most powerful moments in learning English happens when grammar stops living in a book and starts living in your day. This chapter is about that moment. The present simple tense is not something you study only to pass exams. It is something you use to describe your real life, your routines, your habits, and the rhythm of your days. When learners connect English to their daily habits, confidence grows naturally because the language finally feels familiar. You are no longer talking about imaginary people or artificial sentences. You are talking about yourself. Let us begin with the simplest truth. Most of your life is made of repeated actions. You wake up, you wash your face, you eat, you work or study, you rest, you sleep. These actions may change slightly from day to day, but the pattern stays the same. This is exactly why the present simple exists. It gives you a calm, stable way to talk about what you do again and again. When you say, I wake up early, you are not describing today only. You are describing your lifestyle. English listens to this sentence and understands that this is part of who you are. Think about your morning from start to finish. Maybe you wake up early. Maybe you wake up late. Maybe you check your phone first. Maybe you pray, stretch, or drink tea. All of these actions can be described easily with the present simple. You say, I wake up early, I check my phone, I drink tea in the morning. These sentences are simple, but they are strong. They help you talk about your life without stress. This is why beginners should spend time mastering daily habit sentences. They are the foundation of real communication. As the day continues, your routines continue too. You may go to work, attend classes, or stay at home. You may travel, meet people, or work online. The present simple allows you to explain these routines clearly. You say, I work in an office, I study English every day, or I teach my children at home. These sentences do not need extra explanation. They feel complete because they describe regular actions. When learners practice these sentences again and again, fluency begins to grow quietly. Lifestyle habits are another important part of daily life. These habits show how you live, not just what you do. For example, you may say, I exercise in the evening, I eat healthy food, or I sleep late at night. These are not one-time actions. They describe your choices and patterns. English uses the present simple to show that these habits are part of your normal life. This helps listeners understand you better and feel closer to you. Work and study routines are especially important for learners because these topics come up often in conversation. People ask, what do you do? Or what are you studying? When you answer with the present simple, you sound natural and confident. You say, I work as a teacher, I study English, or I learn online. These sentences are short, but they carry a lot of meaning. They tell people how you spend a large part of your life. One powerful idea in this chapter is repetition. Repetition is not boring. Repetition is how fluency is built. When you repeat sentences about your daily habits, your brain stops translating. It starts responding automatically. This is why saying I study English every day, again and again, is not a waste of time. Each repetition makes the sentence feel more natural in your mouth. Over time, you will say it without thinking, and that is a sign of real progress. A very helpful practice is to tell your full day as a story, using the present simple. You can start in the morning and move step by step until night. You might say, I wake up early, I wash my face, I eat breakfast, I go to work, I talk to people, I come home, I relax, I sleep. This simple storytelling exercise trains your brain to think in English. It also helps you feel comfortable speaking for longer periods without stopping. Another important step is to make sentences from your own life, not someone else's. Do not worry about making your life sound interesting. Simple life sentences are the best practice. When you say, I wake up at 6, or I study English at night, your brain connects English with your real experiences. This connection makes learning faster and deeper. Grammar becomes personal, not abstract. Speaking practice is the heart of this chapter. You do not need a partner to practice daily habits. You can speak to yourself. You can describe what you do every day while walking, cooking, or resting. You can say sentences quietly or loudly. The goal is not perfection, the goal is comfort. When English feels comfortable in your daily life, confidence grows naturally. Many learners worry that their sentences are too simple. They think fluency means long and complex sentences. But real fluency begins with clear, simple sentences said confidently. Native speakers often use very simple present simple sentences when talking about daily life. Simplicity is not weakness. Simplicity is clarity. When you master simple sentences, you build a strong base for more complex language later. It is also important to remember that habits are not only physical actions, they can be mental and emotional too. You can say, I think positively, I try to stay calm, or I believe in hard work. These sentences describe habits of mind. English uses the present simple here as well because these are things you do regularly, not just once. By the end of this chapter, you should feel comfortable talking about your daily life using the present simple tense. You should be able to describe your morning, your work or study routine, and your lifestyle habits without hesitation. You should feel that English is no longer separate from your life, but part of it. This chapter is a turning point. When you can talk about your daily habits naturally, English becomes something you use, not something you memorize. And once that happens, fluency is no longer a dream. It becomes a daily practice, just like the habits you are now able to describe with confidence. Chapter 8. Facts and Truths. As you grow more comfortable with the present simple tense, it is time to understand one of its calmest and most important uses, talking about facts and truths. This chapter is about neutral language, the kind of English that does not depend on feelings, opinions, or temporary situations. It is the English we use to describe how the world works, how nature behaves, and how certain things remain true no matter who is speaking. When learners understand this use of the present simple, their English becomes clearer, more confident, and more trustworthy. Let us start with a simple idea. A fact is something that is always true, not just today or this week. A truth does not change based on mood, location, or time. When English talks about these things, it chooses the present simple because this tense feels stable and permanent. It does not suggest change or movement, it simply states reality. This is why the present simple is the natural home of facts. Think about nature. Nature does not change its basic rules every day. The sun rises in the east. Water boils at 100 degrees. Fire is hot. Ice is cold. These sentences are not connected to today or tomorrow. They describe how the world works in general. When you say, the sun rises in the east, you are not talking about this morning only. You are talking about something that is always true. English uses the present simple here because the truth itself is permanent. Scientific facts are one of the clearest examples of this use. Science describes laws and patterns that do not depend on personal experience. When you say, water boils at 100 degrees, you are stating a scientific fact. You are not describing an experiment you did yesterday, you are describing a rule of nature. The present simple helps keep this sentence neutral and objective. It sounds calm, reliable, and factual, which is exactly what science needs. Universal truths go beyond science and enter everyday understanding. These are ideas that people around the world accept as generally true. For example, the earth moves around the sun, or plants need water to grow. These sentences describe truths that apply everywhere. They do not depend on culture, country, or time. English uses the present simple here to show that these ideas are not temporary or personal, they are shared knowledge. Permanent situations also belong in this category. These are situations that are not expected to change soon or easily. When you say Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the world, you are describing a permanent situation. This fact is not changing next week. English uses the present simple to show that stability. In the same way, when you say, my school is near the river, you are describing a location that is generally true, not something temporary. Cultural facts are another important part of this chapter, especially for learners who want to talk about their country or traditions. When you say people celebrate Eid in Pakistan or Tia is popular in many countries, you are describing cultural realities. These are not one-time events, they are patterns that exist over time. The present simple helps you speak about culture in a clear and respectful way. Now, it is very important to understand the difference between facts and temporary actions, because this is where learners sometimes feel unsure. A fact describes what is always true or generally true. A temporary action describes what is happening now or for a short period. For example, water boils at 100 degrees is a fact. But the water is boiling is a temporary action happening right now. Both sentences are correct, but they show different meanings. Understanding this difference helps you choose the correct tense without confusion. Let us look at another example. The sun rises in the east is a universal truth, but the sun is rising now describes a specific moment. The first sentence is calm and general. The second sentence is active and time-focused. English gives you different tenses to show these differences clearly. The present simple is not about movement, it is about truth and regularity. Many beginners worry that facts sound boring or too academic, but facts are actually very useful in daily conversation. When you explain something, give information, or teach someone, you often use factual language. For example, this bus goes to the city center, or the shop opens at 9. These sentences give reliable information. They help people understand the world around them. The present simple is perfect for this job. Another helpful way to understand this tense is to ask yourself a simple question. Is this something that is true most of the time, or something that is true right now only? If it is true most of the time, the present simple is usually the right choice. This way of thinking is much easier than memorizing rules. It connects grammar to meaning, which is how language is meant to be learned. It is also important to remember that facts do not always come from books. Your own life contains many facts too. For example, I live in Pakistan, I work as a teacher, or I speak 2 languages. These are facts about you, they are not changing every day. The present simple helps you state them clearly and confidently. When you talk about yourself this way, your English sounds strong and natural. Learners sometimes hesitate because they are afraid of being wrong when stating facts. But language learning is not about proving knowledge. It is about communication. If you believe something is true and you express it clearly, the present simple helps you do that. Over time, as your vocabulary and confidence grow, your factual sentences become more precise. By the end of this chapter, you should feel comfortable using the present simple to talk about facts, truths, and permanent situations. You should understand why this tense is used for science, nature, culture, and general information. You should also feel clear about the difference between facts and temporary actions. This chapter helps you build a calm, stable voice in English. When you can state facts clearly, people listen to you. They trust your words, and that trust is an important part of real communication. With this understanding, you are now ready to move forward, knowing that the present simple is not just for habits, but also for explaining how the world works. Chapter 9: Frequency Words. As learners become comfortable with the present simple tense, the next step toward fluency is precision. This is where frequency words come in. Frequency words help you explain how often something happens, not just what happens. They add color, clarity, and natural rhythm to your English. Without them, sentences sound flat and incomplete. With them, your English begins to sound more confident, thoughtful, and real. Let us start with a simple truth. Life is not black and white. We do not do things all the time or never at all. Most of our actions live somewhere in between. Sometimes we wake up early. Sometimes we sleep late. Sometimes we eat healthy food. Sometimes we do not. Frequency words exist because English understands this reality. These words help you describe your habits honestly and accurately. The most common frequency words you will hear and use are always, usually, often, sometimes, and never. These words sit on a mental timeline from one extreme to the other. Imagine a straight line in your mind. On one end is always, which means something happens every time. On the other end is never, which means something does not happen at all. In between, you have usually, often, and sometimes, which describe actions that happen regularly but not perfectly. When you say, I always wake up early, you are telling the listener that this habit is strong and consistent. When you say, I usually wake up early, you are saying it happens most of the time, but not always. When you say, I often wake up early, the habit is frequent but flexible. When you say, I sometimes wake up early, the habit is occasional. And when you say, I never wake up early, the habit does not exist at all. These small words carry big meaning, and learning to use them correctly makes your English much more precise. One of the biggest challenges for beginners is placement, not meaning. Learners often know what they want to say, but they are not sure where to put the frequency word in the sentence. The good news is that English follows a very clear and friendly pattern. In most present simple sentences, frequency words come before the main verb. This means you say, I usually wake up early, not, I wake up usually early. You say, she never eats junk food, not, she eats never junk food. Once you remember this basic rule, your sentences immediately sound more natural. There is one important exception that learners should understand calmly. When the main verb of the sentence is the verb be, frequency words usually come after it. For example, you say, I am always tired in the morning, or she is often late. This exception is not meant to confuse you, it simply follows the rhythm of English. With time and exposure, this pattern will feel natural, just like the main rule. Meaning, differences between frequency words are subtle but important. Many learners use often and usually in the same way, but there is a small emotional difference. Usually sounds more stable and predictable, often sounds more flexible and less strict. Saying I usually study at night suggests a routine. Saying I often study at night suggests a habit, but not a fixed one. These small differences help listeners understand you more clearly. Frequency words also help you sound honest. Instead of saying, I study English every day, which may not always be true, you can say, I usually study English or I sometimes study English. Honest language builds confidence because you are not forcing perfection. you are describing your real life. This honesty makes communication easier and more relaxed. Another important part of this chapter is natural speaking rhythm. In spoken English, frequency words often receive light stress, especially when the speaker wants to emphasize a habit. For example, when someone says, "I never eat junk food," the word never carries emotional weight. It shows a strong choice. When someone says, "I sometimes feel tired," the word sometimes softens the statement. Paying attention to this rhythm helps your English sound more human and less robotic. Frequency words are especially useful in daily conversation. People often ask questions like, "How often do you exercise?" or "Do you usually wake up early?" When you can answer with confidence, conversations flow easily. You might say, "I usually exercise in the evening," or "I never drink coffee at night." These sentences are simple, but they communicate lifestyle, personality, and values. It is also helpful to practice frequency words by connecting them to your daily habits. You can take one sentence and change only the frequency word to feel the difference. For example, "I always read before bed," "I usually read before bed," "I sometimes read before bed," "I never read before bed." This practice helps your brain understand meaning, not just structure. Over time, you will choose the right word naturally without thinking. Many learners worry about being judged for their habits, but language learning is not about judgment. It is about expression. Frequency words give you the freedom to describe your life as it really is. You do not need to sound perfect, you need to sound accurate. Accuracy builds confidence much faster than exaggeration. Another benefit of frequency words is that they help you avoid repeating the same sentences again and again. Instead of always saying, "I wake up early," you can say, "I usually wake up early," or "I sometimes wake up early." This small variation makes your English richer and more interesting. It also shows growth in your language skills. By the end of this chapter, you should feel comfortable using common frequency words in present simple sentences. You should know where to place them, how their meanings differ, and how they affect the rhythm of your speech. You should also feel that your English sounds more natural and more precise than before. Frequency words are small, but they carry a lot of meaning. When you use them well, your English feels thoughtful and mature. They help you move from basic sentences to real communication. And with this skill, you are now very close to mastering the present simple tense in a way that feels natural, confident, and alive. Chapter 10. Common Errors. Every learner makes mistakes. That is not a weakness. That is the process. The real problem is not making mistakes, but repeating the same mistakes without understanding them. This chapter exists to protect you from that problem. Here we will look calmly and honestly at the most common present simple errors beginners make, not to criticize but to free you. When mistakes are understood early, they lose their power. They stop becoming habits and instead they become lessons. Let us begin with the most common mistake of all, forgetting the's with he, she, and it. You will hear sentences like, "She go to school," or "He work in an office," from learners all over the world. This mistake is so common that it almost feels natural, but in correct English, something small is missing. The correct sentence is, "She goes to school and he works in an office." This smalls may look unimportant, but it plays a big role in accuracy. It tells the listener clearly that the subject is third-person singular. The good news is that this mistake does not mean you are bad at English, it simply means your brain is still adjusting to a new pattern. The best way to fix this mistake is not fear or pressure, but awareness. Every time you say he, she, or it, your brain should gently pause and ask, do I need ans here? With repetition, this pause becomes automatic. Over time, you will stop forgetting it, not because you memorized a rule, but because your ear starts to feel when something sounds incomplete. The second very common mistake happens in negative sentences and questions, especially after does. Learners often say things like, she does not works here, or does she speaks English? These sentences show effort, not failure. The learner remembers this rule but applies it in the wrong place. The correction is simple and logical. When you use does, the main verb must return to its base form. So the correct sentences are, she does not work here and does she speak English? Why does this happen? Because English shares responsibility between verbs. When does is present, it already carries the tense and the third person meaning. The main verb no longer needs to carry that information. Once you understand this idea, these mistakes disappear naturally. You stop guessing and you start trusting the structure. Another very common error is using the present simple instead of the present continuous when talking about actions happening right now. Learners sometimes say, I eat now, or she talks on the phone when they want to describe something happening at this moment. While these sentences are not completely wrong in some special situations, they usually sound unnatural in everyday English. English prefers to use a different tense for actions in progress. This confusion happens because learners think present simple means present time, but as you have learned, present simple is more about habit and general truth, not about what is happening right now. The key to fixing this mistake is to ask yourself one clear question. Is this something I do again and again, or is it happening at this moment? If it is happening right now, the present simple is usually not the best choice. This understanding will become even clearer as you continue learning other present tenses, but it is important to notice it early so the mistake does not become fixed. Another silent problem many learners face is overthinking grammar. They pause too long before speaking. They check rules in their head. They doubt every sentence. This does not always show in writing, but it shows strongly in speaking. Overthinking can stop progress more than mistakes ever will. Language is not meant to be built perfectly in your head before it is spoken. Language grows through use. One of the healthiest mindsets you can develop is this. First, speak clearly, then adjust slowly. If you wait for perfection before speaking, fluency will always feel far away. The present simple tense is especially suitable for building confidence because its sentences are short, direct, and forgiving. Even if you forget ends or mix a form, people usually understand you. Communication still happens. That is success. Let us look again at a mistake and its correction, calmly and without emotion. She go to school becomes, she goes to school. This correction does not change the meaning, but it improves clarity. Another example, he don't like coffee becomes, he doesn't like coffee. This correction improves accuracy and sound. Each correction is a small step forward, not a judgment. It is also important to understand that mistakes often come from your first language, and that is normal. Many languages do not change verbs the way English does. Your brain is not broken, it is adapting. Adaptation takes time, and kindness toward yourself makes that time shorter. A growth mindset is essential here. Instead of saying, I always make mistakes, say, I am noticing my mistakes. That small change in thinking gives you power. When you notice a mistake, you can fix it. When you fix it, you grow. This is how fluency is built, not through fear, but through awareness and patience. Practice also matters, but not stressful practice. Simple repetition of correct sentences helps your brain create new habits. Saying, "She goes to school many times" will slowly replace "she go to school." This is not magic, it is neuroscience. The brain strengthens what it repeats. That is why this course focuses on clarity, not speed. By the end of this chapter, you should feel less afraid of mistakes and more confident about correcting them. You should clearly recognize the most common present simple errors and understand why they happen. You should feel ready to notice your own patterns and gently improve them. Mistakes are not enemies, they are signposts. They show you where learning is happening. When you stop fearing them, English stops feeling heavy. And when English feels light, progress becomes natural. With this chapter, you now have the awareness needed to use the present simple accurately and confidently, without hesitation and without fear. Chapter 11. Present Continuous. Now we move into a new space in English, a space that feels more alive, more visual, and more connected to what you see around you. This chapter introduces the present continuous tense, but we will not treat it like a grammar formula. We will treat it like a living experience. The present continuous is not about rules first. It is about movement, change, and actions that are happening right now. Once you feel that idea clearly, the tense becomes natural, almost automatic. Let us begin with one simple question that you already understand without any grammar. What is happening right now? Look around you. Maybe you are sitting. Maybe you are listening. Maybe someone near you is talking. Maybe a fan is moving, a phone is ringing, or a car is passing outside. Your brain already understands these situations. You do not need English rules to know that something is happening at this moment. The present continuous exists because English wants to capture this exact feeling of now. This is where many learners get confused because they mix now with usually. The present simple talks about what is normally true, what happens again and again, what belongs to your routine. The present continuous talks about what is happening at this moment or around this moment. For example, I study English every day describes a habit, but I am studying English now describes an action in progress. Both sentences are correct, but they show two very different pictures. One is stable, the other is moving. Think of life like a photograph and a video. The present simple is like a photograph. It shows a stable picture of your life. The present continuous is like a video. It shows movement, it shows something unfolding in time. When you understand this comparison, the present continuous starts to make sense emotionally, not just grammatically. English needs the present continuous because life is not always still. Things happen, people move, situations change. When English wants to show that an action is not finished, that it is happening during the moment of speaking, it uses this tense. This is why sentences like, I am reading now, she is talking on the phone, and they are watching TV feel so natural. You can almost see these actions when you hear the sentences. One important idea in this chapter is to stop thinking about grammar first and start thinking about images. When you hear the sentence, she is talking on the phone, you can imagine her holding the phone, speaking, maybe walking. That image is the key. If you can imagine the action happening, the present continuous is often the right choice. This is what we mean by visual thinking instead of grammar thinking. Many learners feel confused because they try to decide the tense before they decide the meaning. They ask, which tense should I use, instead of asking, what am I trying to show? The present continuous is used when you want to show an action in progress, not a habit, not a fact, not a permanent situation. When you feel that difference, the confusion slowly disappears. Another important idea is temporary actions. The present continuous is often used for actions that are true for a short time, not forever. For example, I am living with my friend these days does not mean this is permanent. It means the situation is temporary. English chooses the present continuous here to show that the situation can change. This is very different from saying, I live with my friend, which sounds permanent. Again, the tense shows meaning, not just time. Let us talk about why learners often struggle at this point. One reason is that in many languages the same tense is used for both now and usually. English separates these ideas. That separation feels strange at first. Another reason is fear. Learners worry they will choose the wrong tense and sound incorrect. But here is something very important to remember. You already use this tense in your mind, even if your language does not have a special form for it, you understand the idea of something happening now. English is just giving you a tool to express what you already understand. It also helps to remember that the present continuous often answers the question, what is happening? If someone calls you and asks, what are you doing? Your natural answer is something like, I am eating, I am working, or I am watching TV. You do not say, I eat in that situation, because you are not talking about a habit. You are talking about a live action. This is everyday English, not textbook English. Another helpful way to feel this tense is to describe what you see around you. You might say, people are walking outside, a child is playing, or the wind is blowing. These sentences describe moving life. They help you practice the present continuous without pressure because you are simply describing reality. Emotionally, this tense is very grounding. It brings you into the present moment. When learners practice the present continuous, they often feel more connected to English because it reflects their immediate experience. You are not talking about the past or the future, you are talking about now, and that feels real. It is also important to understand that confusion at this stage is normal. Moving from present simple to present continuous is a big step because you are learning to separate habit from action, routine from moment. Do not rush this understanding, let it settle. With time, your brain will begin to feel the difference without effort. Practice helps, but gentle practice is best. You can practice by asking yourself simple questions during the day. What am I doing now? What is happening around me? Answering these questions in English trains your brain to use the present continuous naturally. Even short answers are enough. Fluency grows through small, consistent moments. By the end of this chapter, your goal is not to memorize rules. Your goal is to feel when the present continuous is needed. You should feel the difference between now and usually. You should understand why English needs this tense, and you should feel less afraid, knowing that this tense is not foreign to you, it is something you already understand in your mind. The present continuous is the language of movement and life. When you learn to feel it, English stops being static and starts to breathe, and that feeling is a powerful step toward real fluency. Chapter 12. Form and Structure. Now that you understand when the present continuous tense is used, it is time to gently learn how it is built, without fear and without pressure. Many learners feel nervous when they hear words like form and structure, but this chapter will show you that the present continuous has a very friendly and logical shape. Once you see this shape clearly, your confidence grows because you realize there is nothing complicated hiding here. The structure is simple, supportive, and designed to help you speak clearly about what is happening now. Let us begin by breaking the present continuous sentence into three calm blocks. Every present continuous sentence follows this basic pattern. Subject, am, is, are verbing. These are the building blocks, and each block has a clear job. The subject tells us who is doing the action. The helper verb am, is, or are tells us the action is happening now. The verb with ing shows the action itself in motion. When you see the sentence as blocks instead of a long rule, it becomes much easier to build. Think about a simple sentence like, I am learning English. The subject is I, the helper is am, the action is learning. Each part supports the others. Without am, the sentence feels incomplete. Without learning, there is no action. English needs all three parts to show that something is happening right now. This teamwork between words is what makes the present continuous work so smoothly. The helper verb be plays a very important role here. In the present continuous, be does not describe a state like, I am happy. Instead, it acts as a supporting engine that allows the action to move. English uses be to carry the tense and the timing. This is why am, is, and are so important in this tense. They tell the listener, pay attention, this action is happening now. Let us talk about am, is, and are in a very human way. When the subject is I, English uses am. You say, I am reading, I am working, or I am listening. This form is special and belongs only to I. When the subject is he, she, or it, English uses is. You say, she is cooking dinner, he is sleeping, or it is raining. When the subject is you, we, or they, English uses are. You say, you are learning fast, we are waiting outside, or they are watching TV. These patterns repeat again and again in English, and repetition is what turns knowledge into confidence. Many learners worry they will choose the wrong form, but here is a calming truth. Your brain already knows who I, she, or they are. You are not learning something new, you are simply matching the helper verb to the subject. With time and practice, this matching becomes automatic, just like choosing the right word in your own language. Now let us talk about the ing form, because this part often causes unnecessary fear. The ing ending exists for one main reason. It shows that an action is in progress. It tells us the action is not finished and not just a habit. When you say reading, cooking, or waiting, you are showing movement and duration. The ing form turns a simple verb into a living action. The good news is that making the ing form is usually very easy. In most cases, you simply add ing to the base verb. For example, read becomes reading, work becomes working, and play becomes playing. These changes are simple and predictable. English does not try to trick you here. It wants you to focus on meaning, not spelling stress. There are a few small spelling changes that are helpful to know, but we will keep them light and friendly. When a verb ends in a silent e, that e usually disappears before adding ing. For example, make becomes making, and write becomes writing. When a verb ends with a short vowel and a consonant, the final consonant is sometimes doubled, like run becoming running. These patterns become familiar naturally as you see them again and again. You do not need to memorize them all at once. Awareness is enough at this stage. What matters more than spelling rules is spoken clarity. When you say a present continuous sentence, it should flow smoothly. English has a natural rhythm here. The helper verb connects gently to the action. I am learning. She is cooking. We are waiting. These sentences have a soft, continuous sound which matches their meaning. When you speak them slowly and clearly, your confidence increases. Another important idea in this chapter is that the present continuous is not built to impress. It is built to express. You do not need long sentences to use this tense well. Short, clear sentences are powerful. Saying, I am working, or she is talking, is enough. Fluency grows from clarity, not complexity. Many learners also worry about making mistakes with am, is, or are. This worry is normal, but it should not stop you from speaking. Even if you say, she are cooking by mistake, people will still understand your meaning. Over time, your ear will correct you naturally as you hear correct sentences more often. Listening and speaking together create balance. It is also helpful to remember that the present continuous often answers questions like, what are you doing? Or what is happening. When you build your answers using subject plus am, is, or are plus verbing, you are responding naturally, not mechanically. This is how real conversations work. Practice can be very simple. Look around you and describe one thing. I am sitting. The fan is moving. People are walking. These short sentences train your brain to build the structure without thinking about grammar terms. This is exactly what we want. Structure should support your speech, not slow it down. By the end of this chapter, you should feel calm and confident about building present continuous sentences. You should clearly understand the role of the subject, the helper verb be, and the ing form. You should know when to use am, is, and are without panic. Most importantly, you should feel that this structure is friendly, not frightening. The present continuous is a tense that lives in the moment. Its structure is designed to help you describe life as it moves. When you build sentences with confidence and ease, English starts to feel like a tool you can trust. And that trust is the foundation of real fluency. At Chapter 13, Actions. Now, this chapter is where English truly steps out of the book and into the present moment. Up to now, you have learned what the present continuous tense means and how it is formed. Now it is time to use it in real time, in real situations, with real awareness. This chapter strengthens your ability to speak English while life is happening, not after and not before. When learners can describe what they see, hear, and do right now, English stops feeling distant and starts feeling alive. Let us begin with a simple but powerful technique called look around you. Wherever you are right now, something is happening. You may be sitting, standing, listening, or holding your phone. The air is moving. Sounds are coming and going. Light is changing. English gives you the present continuous tense so you can describe all of this naturally. You do not need imagination here. You only need attention. When you look around you and describe what is happening, you are practicing real English, not artificial sentences. Think about your body first, because it is always with you. You can say, I am sitting on a chair, or I am standing near the window, or I am holding my phone. These sentences are simple, but they are powerful because they connect English directly to your physical experience. You are not translating. You are observing and speaking. This is one of the fastest ways to build speaking confidence. Now move your attention to your environment. Look at the objects around you. You might say, the fan is moving, the light is on, or the door is open. These sentences use the present continuous because they describe what is happening right now. Even if the action feels small, English still uses this tense because the situation is active in the present moment. Describing your environment helps you build a habit of noticing and speaking at the same time. Next, look a little farther. Maybe there are people around you, or maybe you can see people through a window or on a screen. You can say, people are walking outside, someone is talking on the phone, or children are playing. These sentences train your brain to connect movement with language. When you describe actions you can see, the present continuous becomes very natural because it matches what your eyes are showing you. This is also where English conversation begins to feel easier. In real conversations, people often talk about what is happening at the moment. Someone might say, I am driving right now, or I am waiting for you, or we are watching a movie. These sentences are not special, they are everyday English. When you practice describing actions now, you prepare yourself for real-life speaking situations. One important idea to remember is that you do not need long sentences to describe the present moment. Short sentences are enough. I am sitting. It is raining. People are talking. Fluency does not mean speaking fast or speaking long. Fluency means speaking comfortably and clearly. When you allow yourself to use short sentences, your confidence grows faster. Now let us talk about speaking while observing, because this is a skill that can change your learning experience completely. Many learners try to think first and speak later. This creates delay and fear. Instead, try observing and speaking at the same time. Look at something and describe it immediately. For example, you see a car and you say, "A car is passing." You hear a sound and you say, "Someone is knocking." This practice trains your brain to respond in English without overthinking. Describing your room is a very helpful practice that you can do every day. You might say, "I am sitting near the table. The window is open. The fan is moving slowly," or "Books are lying on the desk." These sentences are simple, but they create a strong connection between English and your daily space. When English lives in your room, it starts to live in your mind naturally. Describing people around you is another powerful exercise. You can do this silently in your mind or quietly to yourself. You might say, "She is walking fast," "He is talking loudly," or "They are waiting." This kind of observation-based speaking improves your ability to think in English because you are not translating ideas. You are responding to what you see. Describing what you are doing is especially important because it builds self-talk, which is a strong fluency tool. You can say, "I am opening my laptop," "I am typing a message," "I am drinking water." These sentences may feel small, but they train your brain to use English as a thinking language. Over time, this inner speaking becomes automatic. Many learners worry that this kind of practice feels childish or too simple, but simplicity is not weakness. Simplicity is how the brain learns best. Children learn language by describing what is happening around them, and adults can use the same natural method. You are not going backward. You are building fluency the right way. It is also important to understand that you do not need a perfect environment to practice this. Even in silence, something is happening. Your breathing is happening. Your thoughts are happening. You can say, "I am breathing slowly," or "I am thinking about my work." These sentences show that the present continuous can describe both physical and mental actions. Another benefit of this practice is that it reduces fear. When you speak about what is happening now, there is no pressure to remember the past or imagine the future. Everything you need is already in front of you. This makes speaking feel safer and more relaxed. Many learners find that their anxiety decreases when they focus on the present moment. In conversation, the present continuous helps you sound natural and involved. When someone asks, "What are you doing?" and you answer confidently, you feel part of the interaction. You are not silent. You are participating. This participation builds confidence step by step. By the end of this chapter, your goal is simple but powerful. You should be able to describe what is happening right now using the present continuous without stopping to think too much. You should feel comfortable talking about your actions, your environment, and the people around you. You should feel that English can describe life as it moves. This chapter brings English into the present moment. When you can describe actions now, English becomes a living language, not a memorized system. And when English feels alive, fluency is no longer something you wait for, it is something you practice every moment. Chapter 14. Temporary Actions. One of the most important shifts in understanding the present continuous tense happens when learners realize that now does not always mean this exact second. Many beginners think the present continuous is only for actions happening at the moment of speaking, like "I am talking" or "she is eating." That is true, but it is not the whole truth. The present continuous is also used for temporary situations, actions, and states that are true for a limited period of time, not forever. When you understand this idea calmly, without pressure, a lot of confusion disappears. Let us begin by looking at life itself. Life is not only made of permanent things. Life is full of phases, short chapters, and temporary situations. You may live in one city for many years, but you might stay in another city for a few months. You may work in an office for a long time, but you might work from home for a short period. You may not study English seriously all your life, but you might be studying it actively these days. English needs a way to talk about these temporary realities, and that is exactly why the present continuous exists. Think about the difference between something that feels stable and something that feels flexible. When you say, I live in Lahore, you are describing a permanent situation. It sounds settled and long-term. But when you say, I am living in Lahore these days, the feeling changes. The second sentence suggests movement, change, and possibility. It tells the listener that this situation is not fixed forever. This small change in tense completely changes the message, even though the words are almost the same. This is why comparing permanent life and temporary life is so important. Permanent life uses the present simple. Temporary life often uses the present continuous. When learners mix these two, confusion happens. But when learners understand the feeling behind each tense, the choice becomes natural. The present simple feels calm and stable. The present continuous feels active and flexible. Let us bring this into a real learning story, because stories help understanding much more than rules. Imagine a learner who has always wanted to improve their English but never had time. For many years they could say, I want to learn English, or I like English but not much more. Then something changes. Maybe they decide to study seriously for a few months. Now their life looks different. They are watching videos, practicing daily, and thinking in English. At this point, it feels natural to say, I am studying English these days. This sentence does not mean they will study English forever, it means this is their current phase. The present continuous captures that feeling perfectly. Another example is work life. Someone may normally say, I work in an office, which describes a regular job. But if something changes temporarily, the tense changes too. You hear sentences like, I am working from home now. This does not mean the person has changed their job permanently, it means the situation is temporary. English uses the present continuous to show that this is a short-term arrangement. The same idea applies to short-term actions and situations. For example, she is studying English this month tells us that this is a focused period of study. It may not continue next month. The present continuous makes that clear without needing extra explanation. This is why this tense is so useful. It allows English speakers to communicate duration and flexibility in a very natural way. Trends are another important part of this chapter. Trends are things that are happening around us for a period of time. They are not permanent truths, and they are not single moments either. When we talk about trends, English often uses the present continuous. For example, people might say, many people are learning English online these days, or more people are working from home now. These sentences describe what is happening in the current period, not forever. The present continuous helps show that the situation is active and possibly changing. One reason learners feel confused here is because they try to connect tense too closely to exact time. They think, if it is happening now, I use present continuous. If not, I use present simple. But English is more flexible than that. The present continuous is not only about the clock, it is about temporary reality. Something can be true today, this week, or this month, and still use the present continuous if it feels temporary. This is why phrases like these days, this week, this month, and now often appear with the present continuous. They signal that the situation is not permanent. For example, I am reading a lot these days, or she is feeling tired this week. These sentences do not describe one single moment. They describe a short phase of life. Another important step is to gently remove confusion with the present simple. Learners sometimes ask, which one is correct? When both sentences are grammatically correct, but the meaning is different. I live in Lahore and I am living in Lahore, these days are both correct English. The difference is not grammar. The difference is meaning and intention. One feels permanent, the other feels temporary. When you focus on intention, the right tense becomes clear. Emotionally, this understanding can be very comforting. Many learners feel pressure when they think in permanent terms. Saying, I live here or I work like this can feel heavy. The present continuous allows you to express change and growth. You can say, I am learning, I am improving, I am trying. These sentences allow space for progress without pressure. They recognize effort, not perfection. It is also important to understand that using the present continuous for temporary situations does not mean the action is happening every second. When you say, I am living in Lahore these days, you are not saying you are always inside your house at every moment. You are describing a general temporary situation. This is a very important point for beginners to understand because it removes a lot of unnecessary stress. Practice here should be gentle and personal. Think about something in your life that is temporary right now. Maybe you are learning a new skill, following a new routine, or staying in a new place. Try describing it with the present continuous. Speak it slowly and calmly. This kind of practice builds understanding much faster than memorizing rules. By the end of this chapter, your goal is simple. You should understand that now in English can mean this period of life, not just this second. You should feel comfortable using the present continuous for temporary situations, short-term actions, and current trends. You should also feel less confused when choosing between present simple and present continuous because you are focusing on meaning, not fear. Oh. This chapter teaches you something very human about English. English understands that life changes. It gives you tools to express those changes gently and clearly. When you stop overthinking duration and start feeling it instead, your English becomes more natural, more confident, and more alive. Chapter 15. Future Meaning. At this stage in your learning journey, English begins to show you one of its most interesting and powerful secrets. The present continuous tense is not only about what is happening now or what is temporary, it is also used to talk about the future. For many learners, this feels surprising and even confusing at first. How can a present tense talk about the future? But once you understand the meaning behind it, this use becomes one of the most natural and useful tools in everyday English. This chapter is here to help you feel comfortable with that idea, not through rules, but through real life. Let us start with something very human. Think about your plans. Not dreams, not wishes, but real plans. Plans you have already thought about, maybe talked about, maybe written in your phone or calendar. For example, you might be meeting a friend tomorrow. You might be traveling next week. You might be having a meeting on Monday. These are not ideas floating in your head, these plans already exist. They are arranged, they are decided. English uses the present continuous to talk about these kinds of future plans because, emotionally and mentally, they already feel real. This is the key idea of this chapter. The plan already exists. When something is already planned, English treats it like part of the present reality. That is why we say, I am meeting my friend tomorrow instead of, I will meet my friend tomorrow. Both sentences are possible, but they do not feel the same. The present continuous makes the plan feel closer, more certain, and more organized. It sounds calm and confident, not unsure. Let us imagine a simple daily story. You wake up in the morning and you already know what your day looks like. You know you are going to work, you know you are meeting someone, you know you have a class or an appointment. When you talk about these things, you often use the present continuous naturally. You say, I am going to the office later, I am meeting my friend in the evening, or I am studying tonight. You are not predicting the future, you are describing your schedule. This is why English uses the present continuous for fixed arrangements. A fixed arrangement is something that is planned and not easily changed. It might involve other people, time, or a place. For example, she is traveling next week suggests that tickets may already be booked or plans are already made. We are having a meeting on Monday suggests that other people know about it and are preparing for it. The present continuous shows that this is not just an idea, it is an arrangement. Many learners feel confused here because they think the future must always use will, but English does not work that way. English chooses tense based on meaning, not time alone. Will is often used for decisions made at the moment of speaking or for promises and predictions. The present continuous, on the other hand, is used for plans that already exist before you speak. This difference is very important, and understanding it will make your English sound much more natural. Think about the difference between a plan and a decision. A decision is something you decide now, a plan is something you decided earlier. If someone asks you, "What are you doing tomorrow?" and you already know the answer, you say, "I am meeting my friend." That sounds natural. But if you decide at that moment, you might say, "I will meet my friend." The difference is not grammar difficulty. The difference is timing of the decision. This is why this tense is so common in spoken English. People love to talk about their plans. They talk about weekends, meetings, travel, and events. And most of the time, they use the present continuous without thinking. Native speakers do not stop and analyze this tense. They feel it. Our goal is to help you feel it too. Let us look again at the examples. I am meeting my friend tomorrow. This sentence tells us that the meeting is already planned. She is traveling next week tells us that the travel is arranged. We are having a meeting on Monday tells us that the meeting is scheduled. In all of these sentences, the future time word like tomorrow, next week, or on Monday makes it clear that the action is in the future. The present continuous simply shows that the plan is already real in the speaker's mind. One beautiful thing about this use of the present continuous is that it reduces stress. When you talk about your plans this way, English feels organized and calm. You are not guessing. You are stating what you already know. This is very helpful in professional and social situations, where clarity matters. Learners sometimes worry that using a present tense for the future is wrong, but this is a misunderstanding. English is not broken here. English is being expressive. It is showing that time in language is not always about the clock. It is about certainty and intention. When you feel certain about a future plan, English often brings it into the present continuous. Another important point is that this use of the present continuous often appears with verbs of movement or activity, such as meet, go, come, travel, work, or have. These verbs easily connect to plans and arrangements. Saying I am going tomorrow or I am working late tonight sounds very natural in English because these actions are already part of a schedule. It is also important to understand that this tense does not mean the plan cannot change. Life is flexible. Plans can change. But at the moment of speaking, the plan exists, and English reflects that. This helps listeners understand your current situation and expectations. Practice here should focus on your real future plans, not imaginary ones. Think about something you are doing later today, tomorrow, or next week. Say it out loud using the present continuous. Keep the sentence simple. I am studying tonight. I am visiting my family this weekend. I am working tomorrow. These sentences build confidence because they connect English to your real life. Emotionally, this chapter is important because it shows that English trusts you. It allows you to speak about the future with certainty and calm. You are not guessing. You are planning. And English gives you a tense that matches that feeling. By the end of this chapter, you should feel comfortable using the present continuous to talk about future plans and fixed arrangements. You should understand why English uses a present tense for the future in these situations. Most importantly, you should feel confident speaking about your plans in a natural, spoken English way. This chapter shows you that English is not rigid. It is flexible, human, and deeply connected to how we think about time. When you understand this, your English becomes smoother, more confident, and much closer to real-life communication. Chapter 16, Stative Verbs. This chapter exists for one very important reason: to protect you from a mistake that almost every English learner makes at some point. It is a quiet mistake, a logical mistake, and a very understandable one. Learners learn the present continuous tense, they learn verbing forms, and suddenly they start using ing with every verb. That is when sentences like, I am knowing the answer, or she is liking coffee appear. These sentences feel logical, but in real English, they sound wrong. This chapter will explain why, calmly and clearly, without fear and without complicated grammar. Let us begin with a simple and powerful idea. Not all verbs describe actions. Some verbs describe states. An action is something you do. A state is something you are in. You can see an action, you can usually watch it happen. You can stop it and start it. But a state is different. A state describes a condition, a feeling, a thought, or a situation that exists quietly in the background. English treats these two types of verbs differently, and understanding this difference will save you from many errors. Think about physical actions first. You can see someone running, you can see someone eating, you can see someone talking. These actions have clear movement. They happen over time. That is why the present continuous works so well with them. She is running. They are eating. He is talking. These sentences feel natural because the actions are visible and active. Now think about mental or emotional experiences. Can you see someone knowing something? Can you watch someone loving something? Can you see belief moving? No. These experiences happen inside, not outside. That is why verbs like know, like, love, believe, and understand are called stative verbs. They describe states, not actions. They describe how something exists in the mind or heart, not something that moves through time. This is the key reason stative verbs usually do not use the ing form. When you say, I know the answer, you are describing a state of knowledge. That knowledge exists. It is not moving. It is not happening in stages. It simply is. Saying, I am knowing the answer sounds strange because knowledge does not behave like an action. English feels this difference deeply, even if learners do not at first. Let us take another example. She likes coffee. This sentence describes a preference, a feeling. It is stable. It does not start and stop every second. Saying she is liking coffee sounds unnatural because liking is not something we usually experience as a temporary action. It is a state that exists over time. The present simple is the natural home for this kind of verb. Many learners ask, but feelings change, so why can't we use the present continuous? This is a very good question, and the answer is about how English chooses to describe reality. Even though feelings can change, English usually treats them as states, not actions. When you say, I love music, you are not describing what you are doing right now. You are describing a general emotional state. That is why English keeps these verbs in the present simple. The same is true for thinking and knowing verbs. I believe you. I understand the lesson. She knows the truth. These sentences describe mental states. They do not describe visible action. Saying, I am understanding the lesson feels wrong in standard English because understanding is not something we normally experience as a moving process. English prefers to describe it as a state that exists once it happens. This is where learners often feel confused because learning itself feels active. You feel effort. You feel progress. But English separates the action of learning from the state of knowing. You can say, I am learning English because learning is an active process. But you say, I know English when describing knowledge. One is movement, the other is a state. Let us pause here and remove fear, because this topic often makes learners nervous. You do not need to memorize long lists of stative verbs. You only need to understand the feeling behind them. Ask yourself one simple question. Can I see this action happening, or is it something that exists quietly in the mind or heart? If it exists quietly, it is probably a stative verb and prefers the present simple. Another important calming truth is that even native speakers sometimes bend these rules in special situations. But for beginners, clarity matters more than exceptions. Learning the standard pattern first gives you a strong foundation. Once that foundation is stable, flexibility becomes easier later. Let us look gently at the incorrect example again. I am knowing the answer. This sentence is incorrect not because you are wrong, but because English does not experience knowing as a visible action. The correct sentence is, I know the answer. Simple, calm, and natural. The same logic applies to, she likes coffee, they believe the story, and I understand you. These sentences sound correct because they match how English sees states. It is also helpful to understand that stative verbs often answer questions like, what do you think? How do you feel? Or what do you know? These questions are not asking about actions in progress, they are asking about conditions. That is why the present simple fits so naturally. Emotionally, this chapter is important because it removes unnecessary self-doubt. Many learners feel frustrated when they are corrected on sentences like, I am loving this movie. They think they made a big mistake. But the truth is simpler. They applied a rule too widely. Learning English is not about applying one rule everywhere. It is about listening to how meaning and structure work together. Another helpful way to remember stative verbs is to think of them as describing ownership of an idea or feeling. You own a belief. You own a feeling. You own knowledge. These things are not moving. They are part of you. English respects that by keeping them in a stable tense. Practice here should be calm and reflective. Take a few stative verbs and make simple sentences. I know my name. I like tea. I love my family. I believe in hard work. I understand the lesson. Say them slowly. Feel how natural they sound. This practice trains your ear as much as your mind. It is also important to notice that avoiding ing with stative verbs does not make your English less expressive. In fact, it makes it clearer and more confident. You are showing that you understand how English organizes experience. By the end of this chapter, your goal is clear. You should understand what stative verbs are. You should know why verbs like know, like, love, believe, and understand usually stay in the present simple. You should confidently avoid sentences like I am knowing and replace them with natural, correct English. This chapter is not about restriction. It is about precision. When you respect the difference between actions and states, your English becomes smoother, calmer, and more mature. And when you avoid this common mistake early, you protect your fluency for the future. Chapter 17, Simple Verse Continuous. This chapter is one of the most important turning points in your English journey, because it brings clarity where confusion usually lives. Many learners know the present simple, many learners know the present continuous, but knowing them separately is not enough. Real confidence comes when you understand the difference between them, not as grammar rules, but as meaning choices. This chapter will help you feel that difference so clearly that choosing the correct tense becomes natural, not stressful. Let us begin with a very honest truth. Most confusion between present simple and present continuous comes from one question. Why does English need two present tenses? The answer is simple and human. English needs one tense to describe how life usually is, and another to describe how life looks right now or for a short time. One tense is calm and stable, the other is active and flexible. Once you feel this contrast, everything starts to make sense. The present simple talks about habits, routines, facts, and permanent situations. It answers questions like, what do you usually do? Or what is true in your life? When you say, I work in an office, you are not talking about this minute. You are describing your regular work life. This sentence feels settled. It tells the listener something stable about you. The present simple is the tense of identity and routine. Now compare that with the present continuous. The present continuous talks about actions happening now or temporary situations. It answers questions like, what is happening? Or what is going on these days? When you say, I am working in an office this week, the meaning changes completely. This sentence does not describe your permanent job, it describes a temporary situation. Maybe you usually work from home. Maybe this is a short assignment. The tense tells the listener that this situation is not fixed. Let us look closely at this pair again because it shows the power of tense choice. I work in an office and I am working in an office this week. Use similar words, but they tell very different stories. The first sentence describes who you are in general. The second sentence describes what your life looks like right now. This is not about grammar difficulty. This is about meaning. The same contrast appears clearly in teaching examples. She teaches English tells us about her profession or regular activity. It sounds permanent and reliable. It tells us something important about her identity. But she is teaching English today changes the picture. Now we are talking about one specific day. Maybe she does not usually teach. Maybe this is a special class. The present continuous brings the action into focus for a short time. This is why side-by-side comparisons are so helpful. When you see both tenses next to each other, your brain starts to notice patterns instead of memorizing rules. The present simple feels like a straight line, steady and long. The present continuous feels like a short curve, active and temporary. Both are present, but they show time and meaning differently. Another important contrast is habit versus action now. When you say, I drink coffee, you are talking about a habit. You are not saying you are drinking coffee at this moment. But when you say, I am drinking coffee, the listener immediately imagines you holding a cup right now. The tense creates the picture. English chooses tense based on the picture it wants to show. The same happens with emotions and activities. I live in Lahore sounds permanent. It sounds like home. But I am living in Lahore these days sounds temporary. It suggests movement and change. Both sentences are correct. The difference is not correctness. The difference is intention. What do you want the listener to understand about your situation? Many learners make mistakes here because they ask the wrong question. They ask, which tense is correct, when they should ask, what do I want to express? When you focus on meaning instead of rules, the correct tense appears naturally. English is not testing you. English is helping you communicate clearly. Spoken English makes this contrast even clearer. In real conversations, people move between these tenses smoothly. Someone might say, I usually work from home, but I am working in the office this week. This sentence uses both tenses naturally, because life itself has both routine and change. When you learn to use both tenses together, your English starts to sound confident and real. Another helpful way to feel the difference is to listen for time words and feeling words. Words like always, usually, often, and every day often point to the present simple. Words like now, today, this week, these days, and at the moment often point to the present continuous. These words are not rules, but signals. They help your brain choose the tense without stress. It is also important to remember that both tenses are not enemies. They work together. The present simple gives structure to your life story. The present continuous gives movement to your current chapter. One without the other would feel incomplete. English uses both because human life has both stability and change. Learners sometimes worry that they will choose the wrong tense and sound confused. But clarity grows with use, not silence. Even if you sometimes mix the tenses, communication usually still happens. Over time, your ear becomes more sensitive. You start to hear what sounds right. This is how native-like fluency develops. Another emotional block learners face is fear of correction. But correction is not failure, it is guidance. When someone corrects I work in an office this week to I am working in an office this week, they are not saying you are bad at English. They are helping you express your meaning more clearly. Seeing correction as support instead of judgment changes your learning experience. Practice for this chapter should focus on real contrasts in your life. Think about one thing that is permanent and one thing that is temporary. say both sentences out loud. For example, I live with my family, but I am staying with a friend this month. Or, I study English, but I am preparing for an exam these days. These paired sentences train your brain to switch tenses smoothly. By the end of this chapter, your goal is not to memorize definitions. Your goal is to feel the difference between present simple and present continuous. You should feel when a sentence talks about habit and when it talks about action now. You should feel when a situation is permanent and when it is temporary. And you should begin to choose the correct tense naturally, without stopping to think too much. This chapter brings clarity, not complexity. When you understand that tense is a tool for meaning, not a test, English becomes lighter. And when English feels light, fluency stops being something you chase and becomes something you live. Chapter 18. Present Perfect. For many learners, the present perfect tense feels like a wall. They understand the past, they understand the present, but this tense seems to live somewhere in between, and that can feel confusing and uncomfortable. This chapter exists to gently remove that fear. The present perfect is not strange or advanced. It is deeply human. It exists because English wants to talk about your life until now, not trapped in the past, and not separate from the present. Once you understand this feeling, the tense stops being confusing and starts feeling meaningful. Let us begin with something very personal. Think about your life. Not just today, and not just yesterday, but your life as a journey. You were born, you grew, you learned things, you visited places, you gained experiences. All of this has happened before now, but it still matters now. English needed a tense to talk about this connection, and that is why the present perfect exists. It is the bridge between past actions and present meaning. This is the most important idea of this chapter. The present perfect is not about when something happened. It is about the result, experience, or relevance now. When you say, I have visited Dubai, you are not telling the listener the date or the year. You are telling them that this experience is part of your life. It exists in your story. It shapes who you are now. That is why the tense is called present perfect, not past perfect. Many learners try to understand this tense through timelines and grammar charts, but that often makes things harder. Instead, think of the present perfect as a sentence that answers the question, what have I done in my life until now? This question is powerful and simple. It immediately gives meaning to the tense. Imagine two people talking. One asks, have you ever traveled abroad? The other answers, yes, I have visited Dubai. Notice something important here. Nobody asks, when exactly did you go? Because the question is about experience, not time. The experience itself is the focus. This is where the present perfect lives. Another example is learning. When someone says, she has learned English, the sentence does not tell us when she learned it. It tells us that now she knows English. The learning happened in the past, but the result is present. This is why English does not use the past simple here. The past simple would focus on a finished time. The present perfect focuses on a finished action with a present result. This idea also explains sentences like, we have finished the work. The finishing happened a moment ago, but the important thing is that now the work is done. The present perfect brings the past action into the present moment. It tells the listener that something has changed because of that action. One reason learners feel confused is because they try to connect the present perfect to a specific time like yesterday, last year, or in 2020. But this tense does not like finished time words. It lives in unfinished time. Words like ever, never, already, yet, and just often appear with the present perfect because they focus on life experience and current relevance. When time is not finished, the present perfect feels at home. Think about the phrase, your life until now. This phrase explains the present perfect better than any grammar rule. Your life is not finished. Today is not finished. This week is not finished. This month is not finished. When you talk about actions that happened during these open periods and still matter now, the present perfect is often the right choice. Let us look at a simple comparison to make this clearer. If you say, I visited Dubai in 2019, you are using the past simple. The time is finished. The year 2019 is over. But if you say, I have visited Dubai, you are not focusing on the year. You are focusing on the fact that this experience is part of your life story now. Both sentences are correct, but they answer different questions. This is why the present perfect is often used in conversations about life experiences. People ask questions like, have you ever eaten sushi? Have you ever failed an exam? Have you ever learned a new skill? These questions are not about dates. They are about experiences that shape a person. The present perfect allows English to talk about life in a reflective and meaningful way. Another important idea is that the present perfect often appears when the speaker feels that the action still has importance now. For example, I have lost my keys is different from I lost my keys. The first sentence tells us that now the keys are still missing. The second sentence simply tells us something happened in the past. The difference is subtle, but it is very real in English. Many learners worry that this tense is too advanced for them. But the truth is, you already understand this idea in your mind. You understand that past actions can affect the present. English is just giving you a way to express that connection. You do not need to memorize long explanations. You need to feel the idea of past plus present. It is also important to be kind to yourself here. Confusion at this stage is normal. The present perfect asks you to think differently about time, not in straight lines, but in connections. That takes practice. But every time you hear or use this tense, your understanding grows quietly. Practice for this chapter should be personal and meaningful. Think about your own life experiences, things you have done, places you have visited, skills you have learned. Say simple sentences like, I have learned English, I have tried online learning, or I have improved my speaking. Do not worry about dates. Focus on the feeling that these experiences matter now. It is also helpful to remember what the present perfect is not. It is not used to tell stories with clear timelines. It is not used to talk about finished past periods like last year or yesterday. It is not about history. It is about your connection to the present moment. By the end of this chapter, your goal is not to master every use of the present perfect. Your goal is to understand why it exists. You should understand that it connects past actions to present meaning. You should understand that it is about life experience, results, and unfinished time, and you should feel less afraid of it. This chapter is the beginning of a deeper relationship with English time. When you understand the present perfect, English starts to feel thoughtful and reflective, not mechanical. It allows you to speak about your life with depth and confidence, and that understanding is a major step toward true fluency. Chapter 19: Form and Structure. Now that you understand why the present perfect tense exists, it is time to calmly learn how to build it, step by step, without fear. Many learners think the present perfect is difficult because of its structure, but the truth is the opposite. The structure is actually very logical and very supportive. Once you see how the parts work together, the tense stops feeling confusing and starts feeling stable. This chapter will help you build present perfect sentences with confidence, clarity, and control. Let us begin by looking at the basic shape of the present perfect. Every present perfect sentence follows one clear pattern: subject have or has, past participle. That is the entire structure. There is no hidden trick inside it. Each part has a clear job. The subject tells us who. The helper verb, have or has, connects the past to the present. The past participle shows the completed action and its result. When you understand this teamwork, the tense feels much easier. The helper verbs have and has are the backbone of the present perfect. They do not mean possession here. They are not talking about owning something. Instead, they act as connectors between past action and present meaning. Choosing between have and has depends only on the subject, not on time or meaning. When the subject is I, you, we, or they, English uses have. When the subject is he, she, or it, English uses has. This pattern is simple and familiar because you have already seen it in other tenses. For example, you say, I have eaten, we have finished the work, and they have arrived. These sentences sound complete and calm because the helper verb matches the subject. In the same way you say, she has completed the task, he has learned English, and it has stopped raining. Once you remember this subject agreement, half of the structure is already under control. The next important part is the past participle, and this is where learners often feel nervous. But there is no need for fear here. The past participle is simply the result form of the verb. It shows that the action is complete, and something exists because of it. When you say, I have eaten, the eating is finished, and now you are full. When you say, she has completed the task, the work is done, and the result matters now. Regular verbs are the easiest place to start. With regular verbs, the past participle is the same as the past simple form. You simply add id to the base verb. For example, finish becomes finished, complete becomes completed, and arrive becomes arrived. This makes sentences like, we have finished the work and they have arrived very easy to build. There is no extra change to memorize here. Irregular verbs need a little more attention, but they are not your enemy. Irregular past participles are simply verbs that do not follow the id pattern. For example, eat becomes eaten, go becomes gone, see becomes seen, and do becomes done. These forms may look unfamiliar at first, but they appear very often in English, which means your brain learns them naturally through repetition and use. It is important to remember that the present perfect does not use the past simple form unless that form is also the past participle. For example, I have ate is incorrect because ate is the past simple, not the past participle. The correct sentence is, I have eaten. This difference is important, but it becomes easier over time as your ear gets used to hearing correct English. One helpful way to think about the past participle is to see it as a finished stamp. It tells the listener that the action is complete. The helper verb have or has then brings that completed action into the present moment. Together, they create meaning. Separately, they are incomplete. This is why both parts are necessary. Let us look again at some clear examples and feel their structure. I have eaten. The subject is I. The helper is have. The past participle is eaten. The meaning is that the eating is finished and the result matters now. She has completed the task. The subject is she. The helper is has. The past participle is completed. The meaning is that the work is done and the situation has changed. They have arrived. The arrival is finished, and now they are here. These sentences are short, but they carry strong meaning. Spoken clarity is very important with the present perfect. In natural speech, have and has are often pronounced softly, especially in positive sentences. You may hear, I've eaten, she's completed the task, or they've arrived. This does not change the structure or meaning. It simply reflects natural spoken English. Understanding this helps you listen better and speak more confidently. Many learners worry that they will mix up have and has when speaking quickly. This is normal at the beginning. What matters is that you keep speaking. Over time, your brain will automatically match the subject and helper verb correctly. Fluency grows from use, not silence. Another important point is that the present perfect structure does not include time words like yesterday or last year. Those words belong to the past simple. The present perfect focuses on result and experience, not finished time. Keeping this idea in mind helps you avoid confusion when building sentences. It is also helpful to remember that the present perfect structure stays the same no matter the situation. Whether you are talking about experience, completion, or change, the form remains have or has plus past participle. This stability is one of the strengths of this tense. Once you learn the structure, you can use it in many situations without rebuilding it each time. Practice should be slow and confident. Start with simple subjects and common verbs. Say sentences like, I have learned something new, she has finished her work, and they have arrived safely. Say them out loud. Feel how the structure flows. Do not rush. Confidence comes from familiarity. It is also important to forgive yourself for mistakes. Saying, I have eaten, instead of I have eaten, is not failure. It is a step in learning. Each correction strengthens your understanding. Over time, correct forms begin to feel natural, not forced. By the end of this chapter, your goal is clear. You should be able to build present perfect sentences step by step. You should know when to use have and when to use has. You should understand what a past participle is and why it matters. Most importantly, you should feel calm when using this tense, not afraid. This chapter gives you structure, and structure gives you confidence. When you can build sentences correctly, you stop guessing and start expressing. The present perfect no longer feels mysterious. It becomes another tool you can trust, helping you speak about your life, your experiences, and your progress with clarity and strength. Chapter 20. Life Experience. This chapter is where the present perfect tense finally becomes human. Until now, you have learned why the tense exists and how it is formed. But grammar alone never creates confidence. Confidence comes when a tense connects to your life, your memories, your experiences, and your story. The present perfect is not a cold grammatical structure. It is the tense English uses when people talk about who they are because of what they have experienced. When learners understand this, the tense stops feeling confusing and starts feeling natural. Let us begin with a simple but powerful idea. Your life is not a list of dates. Your life is a collection of experiences. Some things you have done, some things you have never done. Some places you have visited, some things you still want to try. English needed a way to talk about this part of human life, and that is why the present perfect exists. It allows you to speak about experiences without locking them into a finished time. Think about how people really talk to each other. When two people meet, they do not usually start by listing years and dates. They ask questions like, have you ever traveled abroad? Have you ever tried coffee? Have you ever failed an exam? These questions are not about when something happened. They are about whether the experience exists in your life or not. The present perfect fits this purpose perfectly. This is where words like ever and never become very important. These words help English talk about life experiences clearly and simply. When you say, I have never flown in a plane, you are not saying you will never do it. You are saying that until now, this experience has not happened in your life. The door is still open, the time is not finished. That is why the present perfect is used. When you ask someone, have you ever tried coffee? You are not asking about a specific day. You are asking about their life experience up to this moment. The answer might be, yes, I have, or no, I have never tried it. Both answers talk about life, not dates. This is one of the most natural and common uses of the present perfect in spoken English. Life experience sentences often feel emotional because they connect to memory, identity, and curiosity. When someone says, she has visited many countries, you immediately imagine a person with travel experience. You are not interested in the exact years. You are interested in what kind of life she has lived. The present perfect helps English express this idea beautifully. One important thing to understand is that the present perfect does not mean the experience is recent. An experience could have happened many years ago and still be expressed with the present perfect. What matters is not the distance in time, but the connection to the present. The experience is still part of the person's life story now. This is why the present perfect often appears in interviews, conversations, and introductions. When people talk about themselves, they often say things like, I have worked in different fields, I have learned many skills, or I have faced many challenges. These sentences do not belong to the past alone. They describe who the person is today because of those experiences. Interview-style questions are especially helpful for practicing this tense. Questions like, have you ever lived in another city? Have you ever learned a new language? Or, have you ever felt afraid to speak English? Invite meaningful answers. They encourage learners to talk about their lives, not just practice grammar. This makes speaking more confident and more real. Many learners feel shy when talking about their experiences because they think their life is not interesting enough. But this is not true. Every life has experiences that matter. You do not need to travel the world or do something extraordinary. Saying, I have helped my family, I have learned from my mistakes, or I have tried to improve myself are powerful life experience sentences. English does not judge your experiences, it helps you express them. Another important point is that the present perfect often works together with questions and short answers. For example, have you ever tried coffee? Yes, I have, or no, I haven't. These short answers are very common in spoken English and help conversations move smoothly. You do not need to explain everything unless you want to. The tense gives you flexibility. It is also important to notice that when people want more details, they often switch to the past simple. For example, someone might say, I have visited Dubai. Then the listener asks, when did you go? At that point, the speaker switches to the past simple to give the date. This shows how English uses tenses together naturally. The present perfect opens the door. The past simple fills in the details. Emotionally, this chapter is very important for learners because it gives them a voice. When you can talk about your experiences, you can participate in deeper conversations. You are no longer limited to routines and daily actions. You can talk about your journey, your growth, and your past choices without feeling lost in grammar. Another beautiful thing about the present perfect is that it allows you to talk about unfinished life. When you say, I have never flown in a plane, you are not closing the story. You are simply describing the present situation. The future is still open. This is why the tense feels hopeful, not final. Practice for this chapter should feel like storytelling, not drilling. Think about your life and ask yourself simple questions. What have you done? What have you never done? What have you learned? What have you tried? Answer these questions slowly using simple sentences. You do not need long explanations. Clarity is enough. You can also practice by asking others about their experiences. This builds both speaking and listening skills. When you ask, have you ever, you invite conversation. This is real communication, not classroom English. It is also important to be gentle with yourself if you make mistakes. Mixing present perfect and past simple at this stage is normal. Understanding grows through use. Every sentence you try strengthens your connection with the tense. By the end of this chapter, your goal is clear. You should feel comfortable talking about your life experiences using the present perfect. You should confidently use ever and never to describe what has or has not happened in your life. You should be able to ask simple questions about others' experiences and respond naturally. This chapter turns grammar into meaning. It turns tense into story. When you can talk about your experiences confidently, English stops being just a subject you study. It becomes a language you live in. And that is a powerful step forward in your journey toward fluency. Chapter 21. Just, already, yet. This chapter brings the present perfect tense even closer to real life and real feeling. Words like just, already, and yet are small, but they carry a lot of emotional meaning in English. They help speakers talk about timing without using exact clock time. Instead of saying minutes, hours, or dates, English often prefers to say how something feels in time. This is why these words are so common, and also why learners sometimes feel confused by them. This chapter will remove that confusion gently and clearly. Let us start with an important idea. English does not always care about exact time. English often cares about how recent something feels, whether it happened sooner than expected or whether we are still waiting for it. The words just, already, and yet exist for this purpose. They allow English to talk about time emotionally, not mathematically. Once you understand this, these words begin to feel very natural. We will begin with just, because it is the easiest to feel. The word just means very recent. It tells the listener that something happened a short time ago and that the result is still fresh. When you say, I have just finished my work, you are telling the listener that the work ended moments ago and that this fact matters now. You are not giving a time like 5:30 or 10 minutes ago. You are giving a feeling of freshness. Think about real life. Someone asks you, are you free? You answer, yes, I have just finished my work. This sentence sounds natural because it explains your current situation clearly. The work is over and now you are free. The present perfect connects the past action to the present moment and just adds the feeling that it happened very recently. In spoken English, just is extremely common. People use it when they arrive, when they finish tasks, or when something changes suddenly. I've just arrived. She has just called me. We have just started. These sentences feel alive and current. They keep the conversation moving without stopping to explain time details. Now let us move to already, which carries a different emotional message. The word already means sooner than expected or earlier than imagined. When you say, she has already eaten, you are not just saying that she ate. You are saying that the eating happened earlier than someone expected. Maybe someone was planning to cook. Maybe someone thought she was still hungry. Already gently corrects that expectation. This is why already often appears when there is surprise or change in plans. For example, someone asks, do you want lunch? And the answer is, no, I have already eaten. The word already tells the listener that the situation is different from what they assumed. Again, no exact time is needed. The feeling is enough. In natural spoken English, already often appears in the middle of the sentence, usually between have or has and the past participle. I have already finished, she has already left. This placement feels smooth and balanced. Over time, your ear will begin to recognize it without effort. Now let us talk about yet, which is often the most confusing for learners. Yet is connected to expectation. It is used when we believe something will happen, but it has not happened so far. This word often appears in questions and negative sentences. For example, have you finished yet? This question does not ask about the past. It asks about the present situation and the expectation of completion. When someone asks, have you finished yet? They are waiting. They expect the action to be completed, but they do not know if it has happened. The word yet keeps the action open. It shows that time is still moving and the result may come soon. In negative sentences, yet often appears at the end. For example, I haven't finished yet. This sentence means the action is not complete, but it is expected to be complete later. There is no frustration or finality here. The door is still open. This is why yet works so well with the present perfect. Both focus on unfinished time. One important thing to notice is sentence placement. Just and already usually appear in the middle of the sentence, after have or has, yet usually appears at the end of the sentence, especially in questions and negatives. This pattern is not meant to confuse you. It is simply how English rhythm works. Listening to real English helps this feel natural over time. Another helpful way to understand these words is to connect them to feelings. Just feels close and fresh. Already feels early and sometimes surprising. Yet feels patient and expectant. When you focus on these feelings instead of rules, your usage becomes more natural. English uses these words instead of dates because conversations move fast. People do not want long explanations, they want quick understanding. Saying, I have just finished is faster and more natural than saying, I finished 2 minutes ago. Saying she has already eaten is clearer than giving a timeline. Saying, have you finished yet? Keeps the conversation open and polite. In written English, these words are also common, but spoken English uses them even more. In writing, sentences may sound slightly more formal, but the meaning stays the same. The present perfect with just, already, and yet works well in both speaking and writing, which makes it very useful for learners. It is also important to understand that these words do not change the tense. The tense is still the present perfect. These words simply add meaning. They fine-tune the message. They tell the listener how to feel about the timing of the action. Learners often worry about using these words incorrectly, but small mistakes here do not block communication. Even if placement is not perfect, the listener usually understands the meaning. With practice and listening, your accuracy improves naturally. A good way to practice is to imagine short, real-life situations. You finish a task, you say, I have just finished. Someone offers you food, you say, I have already eaten. Someone is waiting for you. They ask, have you arrived yet? These simple situations help your brain connect meaning and usage without stress. Emotionally, this chapter is about confidence in timing. You are no longer stuck explaining time with numbers. You are using English the way it wants to be used, with feeling and flow. This is a big step toward natural communication. By the end of this chapter, your goal is clear. You should understand the meaning of just, already, and yet. You should know where they usually appear in sentences. You should feel comfortable using them in everyday situations without stopping to think too much. These words may be small, but they are powerful. When you use them well, your English sounds smoother, more natural, and more confident. And most importantly, you stop translating time and start expressing it, which is exactly what fluent speakers do. Chapter 22. For and Since. This chapter brings calm to one of the most common areas of confusion for English learners. Talking about duration. Many learners understand the present perfect tense, but they hesitate when choosing between for and since. The good news is that this choice is not difficult when you understand the idea behind these two words. They do not compete with each other. They simply describe time in two different, very human ways. Once you feel that difference, your confidence grows naturally. Let us begin with a gentle truth. When people talk about their lives, they often talk about how long something has been true, how long they have lived somewhere, how long they have known someone, how long they have been learning something. English needed simple tools to express this, and that is why for and since exist. They help English talk about duration without stress, without exact calculations, and without complex grammar. The most important idea of this chapter is very simple. For talks about length. Since talks about beginning. That is all. Everything else grows from this one idea. If you remember this calmly, you will rarely feel confused again. Let us first talk about for. The word for answers the question, how long? It focuses on the amount of time, not the starting point. When you say, I have lived here for 5 years, you are telling the listener the length of time this situation has been true. You are not saying exactly when it started, you are simply describing the duration. The time feels continuous, flowing, and connected to the present. This is why for is used with expressions like 5 years, 2 months, a long time, many days, or a few weeks. These expressions describe a stretch of time, not a specific moment. When you say, we have known each other for a long time, you are not pointing to a calendar date. You are describing a relationship that has lasted and still matters now. Now let us move to since, which feels different. The word since answers the question, from when? It focuses on the starting point of an action or situation. When you say, she has worked here since 2020, you are pointing to the moment when the situation began. From that point until now, the situation has continued. The present perfect tense connects that beginning to the present moment. This is why since is used with specific times like 2020, Monday, last year, my childhood, or this morning. These expressions mark a clear starting point. When you say, I have lived here since 2018, you are showing exactly when your living here began. The listener can imagine a point in time and follow the line to the present. To understand this more deeply, imagine a timeline in your mind. Do not draw it, just feel it. There is a starting point, and there is now. Since points to the starting point, for describes the distance between the starting point and now. They describe the same journey, but from different perspectives. This is why they never replace each other. They simply answer different questions. This is where many learners feel confused because both for and since often appear in present perfect sentences. But the tense is not the problem. The meaning is. When learners try to choose based on grammar rules instead of meaning, hesitation appears. When learners choose based on the question they want to answer, clarity appears. Let us connect this idea to life, because grammar makes the most sense when it touches real experience. Think about your English learning journey. You might say, I have been learning English for 3 years. This sentence focuses on duration. It tells us how long the journey has lasted. Or you might say, I have been learning English since 2021. This sentence focuses on the beginning. Both sentences are correct. Both describe the same reality. They simply highlight different parts of the timeline. This emotional connection is important. When you talk about duration, you are often talking about effort, patience, and growth. Saying, I have worked hard for many years carries emotional weight. Saying, I have worked hard since my childhood carries a different emotional weight. English gives you both options so you can express yourself accurately. Another common confusion happens when learners try to use since with a time period. For example, saying since 5 years is incorrect, not because English is difficult, but because 5 years is a length, not a starting point. English wants a moment after since, not a measurement. Once you understand this logic, the mistake disappears naturally. It is also important to understand that for and since are not limited to the present perfect tense, but they are most powerful with it. The present perfect allows English to talk about something that started in the past and continues now. For and since add detail to that connection. They make the sentence more precise and more human. Learners sometimes feel pressure to calculate exact time when using these words, but that is not necessary. English does not demand precision here. Saying for a long time is perfectly natural. Saying since my school days is also natural. The goal is communication, not mathematics. In spoken English, for and since appear very naturally. People say things like, I've been waiting for hours, or I've known her since college. These sentences flow easily because the speaker is not thinking about rules, they are thinking about experience. This is the mindset we want you to develop. Another important point is emotional reassurance. Confusion with for and since does not mean you are weak in English. It means you are thinking deeply about meaning, and that is a good thing. With practice, the difference becomes intuitive. Your ear starts to recognize what sounds right. Practice for this chapter should be personal and gentle. Think about one thing in your life that has lasted a long time. Say it using for. Then think about when it started. Say it using since. For example, I have lived here for 10 years and I have lived here since 2013. Feeling both sentences helps your brain understand the difference without memorizing anything. It is also helpful to listen to others speak and notice how they use for and since. You will hear that native speakers use them naturally and often. Exposure builds familiarity, and familiarity builds confidence. By the end of this chapter, your goal is very clear. You should understand the difference between for and since without stress. You should know that for talks about length and since talks about beginning. You should feel comfortable using both to express duration in your life. This chapter gives you control over time in English. When you can talk about how long something has been true, your English becomes richer and more meaningful. You are no longer just describing actions, you are describing journeys. And that ability is a strong sign of growing fluency. Chapter 23. Perfect versus past. This chapter solves one of the biggest and most emotional problems English learners face. Many learners understand the present perfect tense. Many learners understand the past simple tense. But when these two tenses stand next to each other, confusion appears. Learners hesitate. They stop speaking. They ask themselves, which one is correct? This chapter exists to end that hesitation. The goal here is not to overload you with rules, but to help you feel the difference so clearly that choosing the correct tense becomes natural. Let us begin with a very important truth. The difference between present perfect and past simple is not about difficulty. It is about perspective. English uses these two tenses to look at the same action in two different ways. One tense looks at the action as a finished event in a finished time. The other looks at the action as an experience or result connected to now. Once you understand this shift in perspective, the confusion begins to disappear. The past simple is the tense of events and dates. It answers the question, when did it happen? If you can answer that question with a clear time like yesterday, last year, in 2020, or on Monday, the past simple is usually the right choice. When you say, I visited Dubai last year, you are talking about a completed event in a completed time. Last year is finished. The action is finished. The story is closed. The past simple fits perfectly here. Now let us look at the present perfect. The present perfect does not like the question, when. Instead, it asks, is this experience important now, or is the time still open? When you say, I have visited Dubai, you are not interested in the date. You are sharing a life experience. The experience belongs to your life until now. The time is unfinished because your life is unfinished. That is why the present perfect feels natural here. This difference becomes very clear when we compare sentences side by side. I visited Dubai last year tells a story about the past. It sounds complete and historical. I have visited Dubai tells us something about who you are now. It suggests experience. It invites conversation. Both sentences are correct, but they answer different questions. This is why the when question is so powerful. If someone asks, when did you visit Dubai? The answer must be in the past simple. I visited Dubai last year. But if someone asks, have you ever visited Dubai? The answer belongs to the present perfect. Yes, I have visited Dubai. The question itself guides the tense. English is not confusing you, it is guiding you. Let us look at another pair of examples, because this contrast appears everywhere in daily English. She finished her work yesterday uses the past simple. Yesterday is a finished time. The action is over. There is no connection needed to the present. But when you say, she has finished her work, the focus changes. Now the important thing is that the work is done now. The result matters. Maybe now she is free. Maybe now the next task can begin. The present perfect connects the past action to the present situation. This is the heart of the difference. The past simple focuses on what happened. The present perfect focuses on what has changed because it happened. English chooses the tense based on what the speaker wants the listener to understand. Many learners feel pressure because they think they must always choose the correct tense, as if one is right and the other is wrong. But in reality, both tenses are often correct. The difference is meaning, not correctness. English gives you two tools so you can express yourself accurately. Finished time versus unfinished time is another key idea that brings clarity. Finished time includes words like yesterday, last week, last year, in 2019, or 2 days ago. These times are closed. English uses the past simple with them naturally. Unfinished time includes words like today, this week, this month, ever, never, or in my life. These times are open. English often uses the present perfect with them. Think about your day. Today is not finished. You can say, I have drunk 2 cups of tea today because today is still happening. But tomorrow you will say, I drank 2 cups of tea yesterday because yesterday is finished. The action may be the same. The tense changes because the time frame changes. Another helpful way to understand this difference is to think about experience versus event. An event is something that happened at a specific time. An experience is something that has happened in your life and still matters now. When you say, I failed an exam in 2021, you are talking about an event. When you say, I have failed exams before, you are talking about experience. Both sentences are true, but they serve different purposes in conversation. This is why the present perfect is so common in introductions, interviews, and conversations about life. People say things like, I have worked in different companies, I have learned many lessons, or I have faced challenges. These sentences do not tell us when exactly these things happened. They tell us about the person's journey. Learners often make the mistake of mixing time words with the wrong tense. Saying, I have visited Dubai last year sounds incorrect because last year is finished time. English feels uncomfortable mixing a closed time with an open tense. Once you notice this pattern, your accuracy improves quickly. It is also important to understand that native speakers switch between these tenses very naturally. A conversation might start with the present perfect and then move to the past simple. Someone says, I have visited Dubai, and the listener asks, when did you go? The speaker answers, I went last year. This switching is not a mistake. It is how English works. The present perfect introduces the experience. The past simple gives the details. Emotionally, this chapter is about confidence. Many learners stop speaking because they fear choosing the wrong tense. But fluency does not grow from silence. It grows from understanding meaning. Even if you sometimes choose the wrong tense, communication usually still happens. Over time, your ear and your instinct improve. Practice here should focus on meaning-based thinking, not memorization. Ask yourself simple questions before speaking. Am I talking about when something happened, or am I talking about experience or result? Is the time finished, or is it still open? These questions guide you gently to the correct tense. By the end of this chapter, your goal is clear. You should understand the difference between present perfect and past simple without fear. You should know when to use each tense based on meaning, not panic. You should feel confident choosing naturally, even if you are not perfect yet. This chapter does not just solve a grammar problem, it removes a mental block. When you understand that tense choice is about perspective, English becomes calmer and more logical. And when English feels logical, your confidence grows. That confidence is what truly leads to fluent, natural communication. Chapter 24. Perfect Continuous. This chapter introduces a tense that often scares learners just by its name, but in reality, it is one of the most human and emotional tenses in English. The present perfect continuous does not exist to confuse you. It exists to help English talk about effort, activity, and ongoing life experience. Once you understand its feeling, not its formula, this tense becomes surprisingly friendly. Let us begin by calming the mind. You do not need to memorize anything new right now. You already understand the idea behind this tense in your daily thinking. When you feel tired after studying, when you explain why you are exhausted, when you talk about something you have been doing for some time, you are already thinking in present perfect continuous. English is simply giving a shape to that feeling. The present perfect continuous is used to talk about an action that started in the past and is still continuing now, or has just stopped but its effect is still visible. The focus is not on the result. The focus is on the activity itself. This is the most important idea of this chapter. If the activity, the effort, the process matters more than the final result, this tense appears naturally. Think about learning English. You might say, I have studied English. This sentence uses the present perfect. It focuses on the result or the experience. It tells us that English study is part of your life experience. But when you say, I have been studying English, the meaning changes gently. Now the listener feels the effort, the time, the ongoing struggle, and the commitment. The sentence feels alive. It feels continuous. This is why the present perfect continuous is so powerful for emotional storytelling. It allows you to explain what you have been putting energy into. When someone says, she has been working all day, we immediately imagine tiredness, movement, and effort. The sentence does not simply tell us that work is done. It tells us that work has been happening, repeatedly, over time. One important thing to understand here is the difference between result-focused and activity-focused thinking. The present perfect focuses more on results. For example, she has finished her work tells us the work is complete. The present perfect continuous focuses more on the process. She has been working all day tells us about the long activity, regardless of whether it is finished or not. This difference is not about right or wrong. It is about what the speaker wants to highlight. English gives you both options, so you can choose the meaning that matches your feeling. This is why advanced English sounds more expressive. Speakers choose tenses based on emotion and intention, not just grammar rules. Let us connect this tense to real life again, because that is where it truly makes sense. Imagine you meet a friend, and they ask, "Why do you look tired?" You naturally want to explain the activity, not the result. You say, I have been studying English, or I have been working since morning. These sentences explain why you feel the way you feel now. That is the present perfect continuous doing its job. Another key idea is that this tense often appears with duration, even when the exact time is not mentioned. When you say, They have been waiting for you. The listener understands that the waiting started earlier and continued until now. The sentence feels unfinished, open, and connected to the present moment. The action stretches across time. This tense is also very gentle with time expressions like for and since. Saying, I have been studying English for 3 years feels very natural. The focus is on the continuous effort during those 3 years. Saying, she has been working here since 2020 highlights an activity that started in the past and continues now. These sentences sound natural because the tense matches the meaning. Learners sometimes worry about mixing present perfect and present perfect continuous. But the difference becomes clear when you ask one simple question. Do I care more about the result or do I care more about the activity? If the result matters, the present perfect fits better. If the activity and effort matter, the present perfect continuous fits better. For example, I have read the book focuses on completion. The book is finished. I have been reading the book focuses on the process. Maybe the book is not finished yet. Maybe you want to explain what you have been doing recently. Both sentences are correct. The meaning changes based on focus. Another important emotional reassurance here is that you do not need to use this tense all the time. English does not punish you for choosing a simpler tense. Communication still happens, but learning this tense gives you depth. It gives you the ability to explain your effort, your journey, and your ongoing actions more clearly. This tense is very common in spoken English, especially when people explain situations, reasons, or feelings. People say things like, I have been thinking about you, we have been waiting for this moment, or he has been trying very hard. These sentences feel warm and human because they focus on ongoing mental or physical activity. Learners also need to understand that this tense is not about perfection. It is about connection. It connects the past activity to the present feeling. When you use it, you invite the listener into your experience. Practice for this chapter should be gentle and personal. Think about one thing you have been doing recently. Maybe learning English, working on a project, caring for your family, or preparing for something important. Say it aloud using this tense. Feel how natural it sounds. Do not worry about rules. Focus on meaning. By the end of this chapter, your goal is simple but powerful. You should understand the feeling of the present perfect continuous. You should recognize it as the tense of effort, activity, and ongoing life. You should not fear its name or structure. You should see it as a friendly tool that helps you express what you have been living, not just what you have completed. This tense adds emotional depth to your English. It allows you to speak not just about facts, but about process, patience, and persistence. And that ability brings your English closer to real, natural communication. Chapter 25. Form and Structure. This chapter is where everything you already feel about the present perfect continuous finally becomes clear and solid in language. Up to now, you have understood the meaning. You know this tense talks about effort, activity, and actions that started in the past and continue until now. Now we gently build the structure step by step. without fear, without pressure, and without turning English into a cold formula. Let us begin with something very important. Structure is not the enemy. Confusion is, and confusion only comes when structure is taught too fast. In this chapter, we slow everything down. We take the sentence apart, piece by piece, and then we put it back together calmly. By the end, the structure will feel familiar, almost obvious. The structure of the present perfect continuous looks long when written, but it is actually very logical. It is built from parts you already know. That is why this tense is not new. It is a combination of ideas you have already learned. English did not invent something strange here, it simply connected familiar pieces to express a specific meaning. The basic structure is have or has been verbing. That is it. But instead of memorizing this line, let us understand it. We start with the subject, because every English sentence needs one. I, you, we, they, he, she, it. Nothing new here. Then comes have or has, which you already know from the present perfect. I have, you have, we have, they have, he has, she has, it has. This part tells us that the tense is connected to the present moment. After have or has, we use been. This word is very important emotionally, not just grammatically. Been tells us that something existed across time. It connects past activity to now. It quietly says, this did not happen only once. It has been happening. Then comes the verb ing form. This part shows action, movement, activity, effort. It tells us what has been happening: reading, working, studying, practicing, waiting. This is the heart of the tense. This is where life enters the sentence. When we put all these pieces together, the sentence starts to breathe. I have been reading. She has been cooking. We have been practicing. These sentences feel active. They feel alive. They describe motion across time. Now let us break this down slowly, using real people. When you talk about yourself, you say, I have been learning English. Not I has, just I have. When you talk about someone else, like your friend, you say, she has been learning English. The only change is have to has. Everything else stays the same. This is why subject agreement here is actually simple. Many learners fear subject agreement, but in this tense, it is gentle. Only one decision exists. Is the subject he, she, or it? Then use has. For everything else, use have. Once this becomes automatic, confidence grows quickly. Sentence rhythm is also important here. English likes balance. When spoken naturally, these sentences flow smoothly. I have been reading. She has been cooking. You will notice that native speakers often shorten these forms when speaking. I've been reading. She's been cooking. This rhythm makes the tense feel lighter and more natural. It is important to connect this tense to what you already know. The present perfect continuous combines present perfect and continuous thinking. The have-has part connects to experience and time until now. The verbing part connects to action and activity. English simply merges these ideas when it wants to talk about ongoing experience. Learners sometimes worry about the length of the structure, but length does not mean difficulty. Once your tongue and ear get used to it, the sentence feels normal. In fact, many native speakers use this tense without thinking at all. It becomes automatic with exposure and practice. Another calming truth is that this tense does not need complicated rules to function. You do not need to calculate time or remember long lists. You simply need to ask yourself one question before speaking. Am I talking about something that has been happening, not just something that happened? If yes, this structure fits naturally. Let us look again at the examples. I have been reading. This sentence does not say when you started. It does not say when you will stop. It simply shows activity over time connected to now. She has been cooking. We imagine heat, movement, effort. We have been practicing. We imagine repetition, improvement, and time invested. These images matter more than the formula. It is also important to understand that this structure works beautifully with words like for and since. Saying, I have been studying English for 2 years feels complete and natural. The structure supports the meaning perfectly. Saying, she has been working here since 2021 also flows naturally. The tense and the time words support each other. Emotionally, this chapter is about confidence through clarity. Many learners know the meaning of this tense but avoid using it because they fear making mistakes. This chapter removes that fear. The structure is not fragile. Even if you make a small mistake, your meaning will still be understood. Practice for this chapter should be slow and repetitive. Say simple sentences aloud. Change the subject. Change the verb. Keep the structure the same. This repetition builds muscle memory. Over time, you will stop thinking about structure and start focusing on meaning again. It is also helpful to listen carefully when others speak. You will hear this structure often in explanations, excuses, emotional statements, and life updates. Hearing it repeatedly trains your brain to accept it as normal. By the end of this chapter, your goal is very clear. You should be able to build present perfect continuous sentences calmly and correctly. You should understand how each part works and why it exists. You should feel that this tense is not long or scary, but logical and expressive. This chapter does not just teach structure, it gives you ownership of the tense. When you can form these sentences confidently, your English becomes richer. You can explain effort, persistence, and ongoing action with ease. And that ability brings your English one step closer to natural, fluent communication. Chapter 26. Duration, Focus. This chapter exists for one very important reason. It explains why the present perfect continuous tense exists at all. Not how it is formed, not how it looks on paper, but why English needed it. When learners understand this reason, the tense stops feeling optional or confusing and starts feeling necessary. This chapter is about meaning, effort, and time that stretches and breathes instead of stopping suddenly. Let us begin with a simple human truth. In real life, we often care not just about what we did, but about how long we have been doing it. Duration matters emotionally. It shows effort, it shows patience, it shows struggle, consistency, and commitment. English needed a tense that could carry this emotional weight, and that is exactly why the present perfect continuous exists. When you say, I worked today, the sentence is correct, but it feels flat. It tells us an action happened. But when you say, I have been working for 5 hours, the meaning becomes deeper. Now we feel the time. We imagine tiredness. We sense effort. The sentence does not just give information, it gives experience. This is duration focus in action. The present perfect continuous is the tense English uses when the length of the activity matters more than the result. Sometimes the result is not even important at all. What matters is that the action has been happening again and again over a period of time, and that period connects directly to now. Think about studying. If you say, I have studied English, you are talking about experience or completion. But if you say, I have been studying English for months, you are highlighting persistence. You are telling a story of ongoing effort. The listener understands that this is not a one-day activity, it is part of your daily life. This is why duration words like for and since feel so natural with this tense. They help the listener feel time passing. Saying, she has been learning English for months creates a clear picture. We imagine days, practice, mistakes, progress, and patience. The tense holds all of that meaning quietly and naturally. Duration focus is also very powerful in work situations. When someone says, he has been driving all night, the sentence tells us more than the action of driving. It tells us about exhaustion. It tells us why he might be slow, quiet, or tired now. The present perfect continuous connects the past hours directly to the present condition. This connection is what separates this tense from others. The past simple talks about finished actions. The present perfect talks about results or experiences. But the present perfect continuous talks about ongoing activity and its effect on now. It is the tense of cause and feeling. Another important idea in this chapter is repeated activity. This tense is not only for one long action, it is also used for actions that happen again and again over a period of time. For example, when you say, I have been waking up early lately, you are not talking about one morning. You are talking about a repeated habit during a recent period. The tense captures repetition and duration together. This is very useful for describing habits that are temporary or changing. When someone says, she has been working late these days, we understand that this is not her permanent lifestyle. It is a recent pattern. The present perfect continuous allows English to describe temporary repetition without confusion. Emotionally, this tense is deeply connected to effort. That is why learners often hear it when people explain why they feel tired, stressed, proud, or satisfied. Sentences like, I have been trying my best, we have been preparing for this moment, or they have been practicing every day, all carry emotional weight. They highlight what has been invested, not just what has been achieved. Many learners hesitate to use this tense because they think it is advanced or unnecessary. But in reality, it is one of the most natural tenses in spoken English. Native speakers use it constantly when explaining situations, giving reasons, or sharing ongoing struggles. Another calming truth is that this tense does not demand precision. You do not need exact hours or dates. Saying for a long time, for months, or lately is enough. English does not ask you to measure time perfectly. It asks you to express experience honestly. It is also important to understand that duration focus does not mean the action must still be happening at the exact second of speaking. Sometimes the action has just stopped, but its effect is still present. When you say, "I have been running," the listener understands you are probably tired or breathing heavily now, even if you stopped a minute ago. The duration still matters. This is where learners often confuse this tense with the present perfect. The difference becomes clear when you ask yourself one question. Do I want to highlight effort and time, or do I want to highlight result? If effort and time are important, this tense is your friend. Practice for this chapter should come from your own life. Think about one thing you have been doing recently that takes time and effort. It could be studying, working, caring for someone, or building a habit. Say it using this tense. Feel how naturally it expresses your experience. You can also practice by listening to others. Notice how people explain why they are tired, busy, or proud. You will hear this tense again and again. Exposure builds intuition, and intuition builds confidence. By the end of this chapter, your goal is very clear. You should understand why the present perfect continuous exists. You should feel comfortable using it to highlight duration, effort, and continuity. You should no longer see it as an extra tense, but as a necessary tool for real communication. This chapter gives your English emotional depth. It allows you to talk about your journey, not just your destination. And when you can express effort and persistence naturally, your English sounds more human, more fluent, and more alive. Chapter 27, Cause and Result. This chapter brings a powerful idea into clear focus: how English connects what happened before to what we can see or feel now. Many learners know how to describe actions. Many learners know how to describe results. But connecting the two smoothly is where English starts to sound truly natural. This is exactly why the present perfect continuous is used so often in daily conversation. It allows English to explain cause and result in a calm, logical, and very human way. Let us begin with something you already do every day, even in your own language. When someone looks tired, you do not just describe their face, you explain why. When someone's hands are dirty, you do not stop at the description, you explain what caused it. English needs a tense that can gently point backward to the activity that created the present situation. That tense is the present perfect continuous. The key idea of this chapter is simple but powerful. What you see now is the result. What has been happening is the cause. English uses the present perfect continuous to talk about the cause when that cause is an activity that happened over time. This tense does not focus on completion, it focuses on the activity that led to the present moment. Look at a very natural sentence. I am tired because I have been working. The first part of the sentence tells us the result. Tiredness exists now. The second part explains the reason. The working did not happen only once. It happened over a period of time, and that effort created the tiredness. This is the present perfect continuous doing its job clearly and naturally. Now look at another example. Her hands are dirty because she has been cleaning. Again, the result comes first. Dirty hands are visible now, then the cause is explained. The cleaning activity happened over time, and its effect is still visible. The sentence feels complete because the tense matches the meaning. This is where many learners feel confused at first. They ask, why not use the present perfect? The answer lies in focus. If you say, she has cleaned, the focus moves toward the result of cleaning, not the activity. It sounds like the task is finished, but when you say, she has been cleaning, the listener imagines movement, effort, and time. The sentence explains why the result exists, not just that it exists. This cause and result logic is everywhere in spoken English. People say things like, I have been thinking about you to explain emotional distance or silence. They say, we have been waiting for hours to explain frustration. They say, he has been practicing a lot to explain improvement. These sentences feel natural because they connect what has been happening to what we see now. Another important point is that the present perfect continuous often appears when the result is temporary or visible. Tiredness, dirt, stress, excitement, progress, and frustration are all conditions we can feel or see now. English naturally reaches for this tense to explain their causes. The tense builds a bridge between the past activity and the present state. This does not mean that every cause-result sentence must use this tense. English chooses the tense based on meaning. If the result is more important than the activity, the present perfect may appear instead. But when the activity itself explains the result, the present perfect continuous feels more alive and accurate. For example, compare these two sentences in feeling. I have cooked dinner tells us the result. Dinner is ready. But I have been cooking dinner explains why the kitchen is messy, why you smell food, or why you look busy. The tense you choose changes the picture in the listener's mind. This is why learning this tense is not about grammar strength, it is about communication strength. When you can explain causes naturally, your English becomes smoother and more confident. You stop sounding like you are translating. You start sounding like you are thinking in English. Another common place where this tense appears is in explanations and apologies. People say things like, sorry I am late, I have been stuck in traffic, or I have been feeling unwell lately. These sentences soften communication. They explain reasons without blaming or over-explaining. The tense does the emotional work for you. Learners often worry that this tense sounds too advanced, but in reality, it is very common and very practical. Native speakers use it without thinking because it matches how humans explain life. Life is not made of single actions. Life is made of processes that create results. It is also important to understand that the activity in this tense may still be continuing or may have just stopped. Both are possible. The key is that the effect is still present. When you say, "I have been running," the listener understands that you are tired or out of breath now, even if you stopped a moment ago. The cause is still relevant. Practice for this chapter should focus on observation. Look at yourself and others. Ask simple questions. Why do I feel this way? Why does this situation exist? Then answer using this tense. For example, I am sleepy because I have been studying late, or the room is noisy because people have been talking. These sentences connect thought to language. It is also helpful to listen to conversations in movies, podcasts, or real life. You will hear this tense again and again in explanations. Each time you hear it, notice the cause-result connection. Over time, your brain will start choosing this tense automatically. Emotionally, this chapter gives you control over explanation. Instead of giving short, incomplete answers, you can explain your situation calmly and clearly. This builds confidence in real conversations. By the end of this chapter, your goal is very clear. You should understand why the present perfect continuous is used for cause and result. You should be able to connect an ongoing or repeated action to a visible present outcome. You should feel comfortable explaining reasons in natural spoken English. This chapter helps your English sound thoughtful and logical. It allows you to explain not just what is happening, but why it is happening. And when you can express cause and result clearly, your communication becomes stronger, smoother, and more human. Chapter 28: Perfect versus Continuous. This chapter clears one of the last big clouds from the present tense sky. Many learners understand the present perfect. Many learners understand the present perfect continuous. But when both stand side by side, hesitation appears again. Learners ask themselves, which one should I use? This chapter exists to remove that hesitation by focusing on meaning, not rules. When you understand what each tense wants to highlight, choosing becomes easy. Let us begin with the most important idea of this chapter. The present perfect talks about result. The present perfect continuous talks about process. This one sentence solves most confusion. English uses these two tenses to show two different ways of looking at the same action. One looks at what is achieved. The other looks at what has been happening. Think about real life. Sometimes you care about the outcome. Sometimes you care about the effort. English respects this difference and gives you two tools to express it. Neither tense is more correct than the other. They simply serve different purposes. Look at the sentence, I have written the report. This sentence focuses on completion. The report is finished, the job is done. The listener understands that the result exists now. Maybe now you can relax. Maybe now the report can be sent. The present perfect highlights this completed result clearly. Now look at the sentence, I have been writing the report. The meaning changes immediately. Now the focus is on the process. The listener imagines time, effort, concentration, and possibly stress. The sentence does not clearly say the report is finished, it tells us what has been happening. The present perfect continuous highlights ongoing effort. Both sentences are correct. Both talk about the same activity, but they create very different pictures in the listener's mind. This is why tense choice is about meaning shift, not grammar difficulty. Let us look at another pair. She has cleaned the room. This sentence tells us the room is clean now. The result matters. The cleaning is complete. But she has been cleaning the room feels different. Now we imagine movement, repeated action, and effort. Maybe the room is not fully clean yet. Maybe the cleaning just stopped. The sentence explains activity, not final state. This difference becomes even clearer when we think emotionally. If someone asks, "Is the room ready?" the answer, "She has cleaned the room," fits naturally. But if someone asks, "Why does she look tired?" the answer, "She has been cleaning the room," fits better. The question guides the tense because the meaning changes. This is where many learners struggle. They try to choose a tense without thinking about why they are speaking. English becomes easy when you first decide what you want the listener to understand. Do you want them to know the result, or do you want them to feel the effort? Another helpful way to understand this difference is to think about finished action versus ongoing effort. The present perfect often suggests that the action is complete or that its result is important now. The present perfect continuous suggests that the action has been happening over time and that this process matters. This does not mean the present perfect continuous cannot be used for finished actions. Sometimes the action has just finished, but the focus is still on effort. For example, "I have been running" often means you stopped recently, but you are still tired. The action may be finished, but the process is still relevant. Simple decision logic helps here. Ask yourself one calm question before speaking. Do I want to talk about what is done or about what has been happening? If you want to talk about what is done, choose the present perfect. If you want to talk about what has been happening, choose the present perfect continuous. This logic works in most situations and removes fear. It replaces memorization with understanding. Over time, this question becomes automatic, and you stop thinking about tense names altogether. It is also important to remember that native speakers move between these tenses naturally in conversation. They might say, "I have been writing the report all morning," and then later say, "I have written it now." The first sentence describes effort. The second sentence announces completion. Both sentences together tell a complete story. Learners often think they must always choose one tense and stick with it, but English allows flexibility. The tense changes as the focus changes. This is not a mistake. It is natural communication. Another emotional reassurance is that choosing the wrong tense here rarely blocks understanding. If you say, "I have written the report," when you meant, "I have been writing the report," people will still understand you. Precision improves with practice, not fear. Practice for this chapter should be meaning-based. Take one action from your life. Say it in both ways and feel the difference. For example, I have learned English and I have been learning English. The first sounds complete and confident. The second sounds ongoing and honest. Both are true in different ways. Listening practice is also powerful here. When you hear people explain work, projects, or daily effort, notice which tense they choose and why. Notice how the tense changes the feeling of the sentence. By the end of this chapter, your goal is very clear. You should be able to choose between present perfect and present perfect continuous with ease. You should understand that one highlights result and the other highlights process. You should no longer feel confused or stuck. This chapter gives you control over meaning. It allows you to express completion when you want and effort when you need. And when you can control that choice naturally, your English becomes clearer, richer, and more confident. Chapter 29, Mixed Practice. This chapter is where everything finally comes together. Up to now, you have learned each present tense carefully, one by one. You learned how each tense works, what it expresses, and how it feels. Now the goal changes. This chapter is not about learning a new rule. It is about using all four present tenses naturally, the way real people do in real conversations. This is the bridge between knowing English and using English. Let us start with an important reminder. Real English is not spoken in isolated tenses. In real life, we move smoothly from habits to actions, from experience to effort, often in the same conversation. A person might talk about what they usually do, what they are doing right now, what they have done in their life, and what they have been working on recently, all within a few minutes. This chapter trains your mind to follow that flow without panic. Imagine a simple situation. Someone asks you, "Tell me about your day." You do not answer using one tense only. You might say, "I wake up early every day," which uses the present simple for habits. Then you might say, "Right now, I am studying English," which uses the present continuous for an action happening now. Then you might add, "I have learned many new words recently," which uses the present perfect for experience. And finally, you might say, "I have been practicing speaking a lot," which uses the present perfect continuous for ongoing effort. This is mixed practice in real life. The key skill here is meaning-based choice. You are no longer asking, "Which tense is this?" You are asking, "What do I want to say?" If you are talking about routine, the present simple appears naturally. If you are describing something happening now, the present continuous appears. If you are sharing experience without a time, the present perfect fits. If you are highlighting effort and duration, the present perfect continuous feels right. The tense follows the meaning, not the other way around. Let us walk through a life-based story to feel this more deeply. Imagine a learner talking about their English journey. They say, "I study English every day because this is a habit." Then they say, "These days I am focusing more on speaking because this is a current action." Then they say, "I have learned English through many mistakes because this is life experience." Then they say, "I have been practicing with confidence lately because this shows ongoing effort." Each tense appears naturally because the meaning changes. This chapter is also about conversation flow. In real conversations, you do not stop to label tenses. You listen, you respond, and you adjust. Someone might say, "What do you do?" and you answer with the present simple. Then they say, "What are you doing right now?" and you shift to the present continuous. Then they ask, have you ever traveled abroad? And you use the present perfect. Then they ask, how long have you been preparing for this? And you use the present perfect continuous. This switching is not difficult when your focus is on meaning. Many learners struggle here because they try to be perfect. They fear making mistakes. But fluency does not come from perfection. Fluency comes from flexibility. This chapter trains you to move forward even if your sentence is not perfect. Communication always comes first. Error correction is also part of this chapter, but with a healthy mindset. Mistakes are not failures. They are signs that your brain is working. When you mix tenses incorrectly, it does not mean you are bad at English. It means you are learning to choose meaning. Over time, your choices become more accurate. Let us look at a few common mixed situations, talking about habits and now. I usually drink tea in the morning, but today I am drinking coffee. Talking about experience and effort, I have learned many things from this job, and I have been working very hard lately. Talking about routine and temporary change, I live in Lahore, but these days I am staying with my cousin. These sentences show how naturally English moves between present tenses. Another important part of mixed practice is listening to yourself. When you speak, notice what you are trying to express. Are you talking about something permanent or temporary? Are you talking about now or about life until now? Are you focusing on result or effort? These small awareness moments improve accuracy faster than memorizing rules. This chapter also helps you stop translating from your first language. Translation often forces one tense to do many jobs. English does not work that way. English spreads meaning across tenses. When you stop translating and start thinking in meaning, your tense choices become clearer. A powerful practice technique here is storytelling. Tell a short story about your day, your week, or your learning journey, using all four present tenses naturally. Do not plan the tenses, just speak. Then listen to yourself. You will notice that your brain already knows more than you think. It is also helpful to practice with real conversations. Talk to yourself, talk to friends, or talk to the mirror. Describe what you usually do, what you are doing, what you have done, and what you have been doing. This repetition builds confidence and flow. Emotionally, this chapter is about trusting yourself. You have already learned the tools. Now you are learning to use them together. That takes time, patience, and kindness toward yourself. Every fluent speaker once struggled at this exact stage. By the end of this chapter, your goal is very clear. You should be able to use all four present tenses together without fear. You should choose tenses based on meaning, not pressure. You should feel comfortable moving between habits, actions now, life experience, and ongoing effort. This chapter is not the end of learning. It is the beginning of real usage. When you can mix tenses naturally, English stops feeling like a subject and starts feeling like a living language, and that is where true fluency begins. Chapter 30: Real Life Fluency. This chapter is not about grammar anymore. This chapter is about you. It is about what happens when English stops living in notebooks and starts living in your mouth, your thoughts, and your daily life. Up to now, you have learned structure, meaning, comparison, and practice. Now the final step is transformation. Grammar becomes communication. Rules become instinct. And English becomes something you use, not something you study. Let us start with an honest truth that many learners need to hear. Fluency is not perfect grammar. Fluency is confident meaning. Real-life English is not spoken by people who pause to think of tense names. It is spoken by people who know what they want to say and trust their language to carry that meaning. This chapter helps you build that trust. In real life, nobody asks you, which tense are you using? People ask, how are you? What are you doing? What have you been working on? What do you usually do? And without realizing it, you answer using all four present tenses naturally. This is the level you are reaching now, the level where tense choice happens quietly, guided by meaning, not fear. Think about a simple daily conversation. Someone asks, how is your day going? You might say, I wake up early every day because that is your routine. Then you might add, right now I am preparing for work because that is what is happening now. Then you might say, I have learned a lot from this job because that is your life experience. And finally, you might say, I have been working very hard lately because that explains your current feeling. This is real-life fluency. No rules, just meaning. One powerful technique to build this fluency is self-talk. Self-talk means speaking English to yourself during normal life. Not loudly, not dramatically, just gently. When you wake up, you say, I wake up early every day. When you are doing something, you say, I am cooking dinner. When you reflect, you say, I have learned something new today. When you feel effort, you say, I have been practicing a lot. This daily habit trains your brain to choose tenses automatically. Another important idea is letting go of overthinking. Many learners know grammar well but freeze when speaking because they are afraid of mistakes. But real communication does not wait for perfection. If you wait until you are sure, the moment passes. Fluency grows when you allow yourself to speak, even when you are not 100% confident. It is also important to understand that native speakers make mistakes too. They correct themselves. They change sentences halfway. They focus on meaning, not form. When you accept this, your pressure reduces and your confidence grows. Life scenarios are the best teachers at this stage. Talking about your day, your plans, your struggles, your progress. Explaining your learning journey, describing what you usually do and what you are doing differently these days. These situations naturally pull the correct tense out of you because the meaning demands it. For example, when you talk about your English journey, you might say, I study English every day to show habit. These days I am focusing on speaking to show a current action. I have learned English slowly to show experience. I have been practicing with patience to show ongoing effort. This is not grammar practice. This is storytelling. And storytelling is where language becomes alive. Another key part of real-life fluency is confidence in correction. If you say something wrong and realize it, you correct yourself and move on. You do not stop. You do not apologize too much. You simply adjust. This is how fluent speakers grow stronger. Reflection is also important. Take a moment to look back. At the beginning, present tense felt confusing. Present simple, continuous, perfect, perfect continuous felt like four separate worlds. Now they feel connected. They feel logical. That growth matters. That is proof that your brain has adapted. This chapter is also about ownership. English is no longer something outside you. It is becoming part of how you think. When you can talk about your life without translating, without fear, without checking rules, you own the present tense. Do not rush this stage. Fluency is not a jump. It is a smooth transition. Some days you will feel confident. Some days you will feel slow. That is normal. Consistency matters more than speed. The final goal of this course is simple but powerful. You can speak about your life in the present tense without fear. You can describe habits, actions now, experiences, and ongoing effort naturally. You do not panic when choosing a tense. You trust meaning. This chapter is not the end of learning English. It is the end of fear around the present tense. From here, English becomes a tool, not a test, a voice, not a rule book. And that is real life fluency. You made it here, and that matters. Not because you learned every rule, but because you stayed with the process. English is no longer something to fear or overthink. It is something you can use to talk about your life, your effort, and your growth. Keep speaking. Keep trusting meaning over perfection. Fluency is not a finish line. It is a habit you build every day. And now you have the tools and the confidence to keep going.